Hi, everyone. Nice of you to join us. We are
Oh,
starting now a 2-day event for all about game development, games, networking. Thank you for coming on, and I hope that you still stay till the end because we have a lot of very exciting things prepared for you. A few words on how today's schedule will go. You can find the complete schedule at pori.es.fi. So we will start with a panel discussion, after which we will be doing a bunch of company presentations. There will be a workshop later during the afternoon. If you have any questions or comments during those presentations, feel free to write them, whether it's on the Pori ES Twitch chat, whether it's on our YouTube channel where we're live streaming as well, or on the Pori ES Discord server, which if you haven't joined that yet, there is a link on the pori.es.fi website, so you can click through there and come and interact with us because we have a lot of people lined up for today. Um, the first panel will be on diversity and inclusiveness, and that will start in about 10 minutes. So you can stay tuned for that, and we will see you there.
yes.
Welcome back, everybody. We are about to start our first panel on diversity and inclusion. So we are going to be joined by two very special people. One of them is Marina Velikova, who is a specialist in relocation. And the other is Felicia Pren, who is in a league of their own, in my opinion. So you'll get to hear a lot about what they have to say. So the way the panel will work is that it's going to be a very casual conversation. So feel free to send your questions, comments, concerns, anything, and we'll make sure that they get answered. Also, this will be recorded via YouTube, so it will be possible to rewatch after the event is done. If you feel like you missed something, then you'll have the chance to see it again. If you like to give us a shout out on social media, you can do that with hashtag Pixels21. And you can find us on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitch and YouTube.
Yes, and this event today is hosted by a chairman of Pori, Violeta Ivanova. The event is happening by technical support of Krister Warén, who is the technical genius of Pori. All the graphics and fancy, cool, pretty colors were done by graphic mage Ralitsa Dragoeva, also the member of Pori. And today, after a certain time, I will stay with you the whole day. My name is Viktoriia, and we are happy to see all of you here. Remember to see us on Twitch, YouTube, and feel free to send us messages. We will answer to all of them.
Yes, nice. Are we ready to bring them in? Let's see.
Yes.
All right, we have 1 minute until go time. Also, this event is going to be quite international. So the aim of it is to showcase to all of you the gaming industry of Finland, how things work here, what companies are available, what are they up to, who to contact in case you are interested in coming here for employment or future career opportunities. As well as if you are already within Finland, that you see what the game development industry is about and whether or not that is something that you would be interested in joining as a career path. It's all about fun, and it has a lot more implications that most people think that the game industry is about. It's not just about the games. We have a lot more development going on. So let's just bring our speakers in. Hi, welcome.
Oh.
Hello.
Yes. So if you could have your videos up.
My video was on. Is it not on anymore?
You have to put it on
No.
again in this channel.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, now it works.
Hello.
Right, so we are joined now by Felicia Pren and Maria Velikova. Felicia, I have to say again that your color scheme matches our Twitch background just perfectly.
What can I say? I like to be extra, you know.
The gradient is amazing. It works great. Yeah, that is working really nice. Whether it's intentional or not, we also had a bit further during the day. There will be a presentation by me, Kiwi, and their presentation also matches the backgrounds that we have. So
we all just take this very seriously. So you know, during the Panini, there hasn't been that many opportunities for people to give speeches or talk. So I think those of us who are professional speakers want to go the extra mile, you know. So this is where we're at now.
Highly appreciate it.
Yeah.
Highly appreciate it. Marina, how is your connection going so far? Everything okay? Well, while she is figuring out the camera, why don't you, Felicia, start and tell us about yourself? It's very difficult to make an introduction because there's just so much into it, and I think you have the best words to say it.
All right. Well, hi. Yes, I am Felicia Pride. My pronouns are they, them. I'm blind and I'm non binary. I used to work for a company in Pori called Nopia. I was there for 5.5 years as a producer. But I recently, back in March, switched to Next Games as a player experience specialist, which is super exciting. But I'm still in Pori for now just because we're able to do remote work and I hate moving because I have too much stuff. I'm also an accessibility consultant. I'm a board member of We in Games Finland, which is an association that advocates for more diversity, inclusion, and belonging in the Finnish game industry. I'm a DJ and a rapper, and I also host my own radio show on Finest FM, which is the only Estonian language radio channel in Finland, but I'm not Estonian.
Wow.
How
That's
did you
very
get on the Estonian radio network?
I have a lot of special interests, and one of them is music history and rabbit holes. And a couple of years ago, I found Estonian music. I thought it was super interesting and super unique. I love the sound of the language. I started doing some research. I made some Estonian cover songs. I went viral in Estonia a couple times, and I approached Finest a little over a year ago to ask if I could have my own show. And I sent them a demo and they were like, yes, go for it. So I've had a show every Saturday at 5 p.m. since.
Wow, that is so niche. That I thought Finland is already niche enough, but Estonia is on another level.
Yeah, and I'm American, and I'm pretty sure most of us have never heard of Estonia. So yeah, it's super out there, but I love it. I love my coworkers. I love Argo and Anari and everybody I work with there. They're super cool. My listeners are great, and I love the opportunity to connect with new people, learn another language, and just enjoy music and get to know people through music. I think it's super powerful and super important. So
That's fantastic. And how does an American even get to Finland in the first place?
Well, I was married to a guy from Pori. I was young and dumb and in love, and that didn't last very long. But I decided to stay because I thought, it made sense. I already went through the effort of moving, and being disabled in the US is terrible. I would not wish that on anyone. So when I finally got to be in a country where people saw me as a human being, I thought it made sense to stay. So I've been here, it'll be 10 years in September, and I have no intention of leaving Northern Europe. I've thought maybe at some point leaving Finland would be a good idea, but not going back to the States, that's for sure. So we'll see what happens. If I do leave Finland, it will be to either Tallinn or Bergen. So
Still keeping up
great
within the
choice.
Northern Hemisphere.
yes, within the Nordics.
And you're almost actually you're 2 months longer in Finland than what I have been here for. 'Cause
Okay,
I will
that's
have the 10 years in December.
nice. Are you gonna have a party? Because I am.
I hope so. I hope so. When the citizenship papers come, maybe.
See, I did that a couple years ago. I didn't have a party. I regret that. But I'm hoping, if the panini has calmed down a little bit more, I can have some kind of proper Finnish party. I don't know what we're gonna do, but something. So stay tuned.
Sausages.
No,
course.
we're not doing. We're going above and beyond just sausages and salad. I'm gonna book Danny to come and privately like serenade me. Tahdon olla sulle hella ja kaikki. Like I'm too extra for just having sauna and sausages. That's just not who I am.
You can have a fabulous sauna and sausages with a disco party in it. That would
And
be
Danny.
nice. We would
Danny, yeah.
appreciate the invitation. You can always call us up.
You're all welcome.
Fantastic. So what got you into games, among other things? You mentioned that the US is very bad place, nicely said, in terms of people with disabilities and what is offered to them. As the topic today is on inclusion And in my opinion, games are one of the most accessible hobbies to have out there because of how low threshold they have in terms of getting into it. And with the wide availability of assistive aids that exists, that allows people to participate in games and also to socialize online. What got you specifically into games, and what is the mission that you're on within your game development experience?
So games is a hobby I've had since I was almost a baby, I would say. I've been playing games since I was 3 years old. I have an older brother who's 10 years older than me, and he was really into Doom and LAN parties and that whole scene back in the early 90s. So I grew up watching him and emulating what he did. I got my own Nintendo Entertainment System in 1997, and then in 1999 I got a Nintendo 64. So I've been playing games pretty much nonstop since. Always been a big Nintendo fan. Yeah, I know I'm a fake gamer. Don't at me. So when I moved to Finland, I was really open to kind of any kind of career opportunities, but working in games never kind of crossed my mind. I always thought that game development happened in Japan. That's like a really stupid comment, I know, but like I just did not realize that games were made in Europe or the States. So it never occurred to me. I really wanted to work in the music industry, actually, or be a journalist. Game design, game development, game PX, like none of this ever crossed my mind. And about 2 years after I moved to Finland, I met my former boss at Nokia, and I basically begged him for a job for several years, and eventually he said yes. And I started out doing kind of more secretarial work for Nokia back when they were only doing 3D animation. And at some point, they started to pivot more towards games, specifically mobile games. And I started to go to networking events for women and marginalized people in the game industry and meet a lot of different kinds of people and make connections. And I think that's when I realized that this was a perfect industry for someone like me to be able to, be who I am, be myself, have a very interesting background, a non-typical background, be disabled, and still be able to find a way to really exceed or succeed and find a place for myself. So that was, like I said, about 5 years ago, and um, I don't know. It just makes sense. I don't know how to explain it. I've had this question asked to me in job interviews before, also, like, why do you want to work in games? And I'm just like, I belong here. I can't see myself really in other industries. If you think about, especially in Pori, where I'm assuming a lot of the people watching are going to be from, like, it's very traditional, and a lot of the ways of thinking and working here are really outdated in terms of how, the roles of disabled people are, how the roles of women are. I've seen and heard a lot of stories from people. And I think that if you are disabled or a foreigner here in Satakunta, it's super hard for you because you're constantly kind of fighting this really old time way of thinking that I would really hope would change. That I think in most of the game industry, is kind of like 5 or 10 years ahead in terms of just ideology and how people are seen. So I can't see myself in any other industry for sure.
That's fantastic. And I absolutely agree. Both me and Victoria are physiotherapists. So a lot of what we do involves people with disabilities and helping them get to do what they want to do in their life, and really progressing in their personal everyday living and happiness. And for a huge part of what we've both seen in our practices is that games are becoming a much larger part of disabled people's everyday hobbies, because it is a place where they feel very safe, and it is a place where they can explore, and it doesn't have any limits like borders, like wherever you are in Finland. It doesn't matter because the games are not just limited to Satakunta or any other region.
Well,
So
exactly. And I think for a lot of players, I'm not even talking about developers or designers or anything like that, but for players, if you play online, no one knows that you're using accessibility features. No one knows you're disabled unless you tell them. So if you have a visible physical disability, games are a really good way to mask and blend in, which I think most of us really want to do. We either want to blend in or we want to be able to be ourselves and exist without judgment. And I think games give that space as a player, but also as an employee. I work for Next Games now, and I don't want to talk too much about specifically what I do at work, but in terms of how the company operates and how I've been treated since I've joined, everyone's been amazing. I haven't felt at any point like I have to hide any aspect of who I am, whether it's my disability, whether it's my queerness, whether it's anything. Everyone has been amazing, and I think that's just how the game industry is. I think it attracts people who are open-minded and willing to accept others and willing to, look past disabilities to see people for their skills and for their strengths and not for their potential hindrances. And I think that's really beautiful. And like I said, I wish it's something more industries would understand.
Yeah, I think the game industry is the one of the industries that is more kind, more accepting, less judgmental, despite all the competitions and despite all the challenges that might come up there. People still who compete with each other, they like help to grow each other through this competition without having this negativity and hate. This, I think it's quite amazing, and that's what amazed me one day when I first heard about it from Violetta.
There's definitely problems. Like I don't wanna whitewash it and say that the game industry is perfect and there's nothing wrong. There's definitely still pain points. There's definitely still work to do in terms of diversity and inclusion. And we in Games, the association on which I'm a board member, we are constantly working to, fix that and to encourage discussion and to kind of break down those boundaries and really, fix those pain points. But I think on the whole, it's a place where people care about what you can do. If a company is looking for a programmer with a certain specific set of skills, they don't necessarily care about where you went to school, if you're disabled or not, what's your gender, how old are you. They need someone who can do that task because it's not something that you can just give to someone based on merit. Like they need that result. And if it just so happens that a disabled person is the only one who has the qualifications and the know-how to do that task, then of course they're going to get the job. Whereas in certain industries, it's less about who can get the work done and more about kind of like fitting into this box that a lot of people have invented for how their workers should be, which I think is unfair.
And that perfectly transitions into Marina, who is an expert on relocation. And would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself and how is your approach in terms of advising companies, or what is the path that they do when they decide to relocate?
Yes, thank you. And I just was planning to hop in because basically my background is actually a lot also in technical recruitment, and especially for international or so to say talent that is coming from outside of Finland. So in that sense, I have worked also with, of course, with a lot of gaming industry clients, but also with other technical clients here in Finland. So basically tech industry companies. So I would say that I totally agree. The gaming industry is very advanced in that. I lost you.
We are here.
We're here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good. Maybe some internet technical.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So welcome back. So the last point before the technical difficulties was that the gaming industry is one of the most accepting of foreign recruits.
Yes, in and overall in this kind of diversity, all basically just as Felicia said, just the talent is what they need. The skills is what they are looking for. So it doesn't matter where you come from, what kind of background you have, how do you look, and any of those other features don't matter if you have the skills that is being looking for, that they are looking for. So in that way, they're many years ahead of others. I think here they have realized this probably 20 years ago, and they have been very proactive also in advancing this kind of, also on a national level, immigration processes, any other things that can make people who are coming to Finland to basically settle in as fast and as smoothly as possible. From the relocation point of view, of course, my view, I see only the customers who are recruiting from abroad. So in that sense, yes, the gaming industry is has been always one that has been recruiting from abroad. But I would say that I work also with other industries and with other IT tech companies, and I think things are changing for the better. So I can see that there is a lot of more acceptance in other tech industries, also in other industries, because the technical skills, and it's always about the skills, what makes basically this big change. They are, because of the digitalization trend, they're needed also in other industries than the IT field. So we have a lot of other basically fintech companies, a lot of the financial industries, the industrial industries, anywhere there is this kind of change that is happening. So they realize that this kind of the specific knowledge is needed. So they would need to broaden a lot the pool from which they're looking for talent. So they start to get more open-minded. So there is a lot of work to be done. As Felicia said, there's things are not perfect yet. There's a lot more that can be worked on. But I'm really happy that also this topic, the diversity and inclusion topic, has been part of this employer responsibility public discussion a lot. So a lot of companies are also starting to not only talk about it, but also do things about it, actual actions. So this is really great.
One of the questions we just got in is it is directed to both Felicia and Marina. For someone who is looking to move towards Nordic countries, and in this case Finland, what is the most important quality needed, as it is such a niche market, based on what both of you just said, that especially some regions in Finland, I would say more than others, are a bit more traditional and not as welcoming to foreign people. If you really want to move here, what is the, let's say, one most important quality that you can bring with you?
Depends on where you want to move, I would say. If you want to move to Helsinki, Espoo, Vantaa, so the capital region, the most important quality is to know your skill. So if you're going to sell yourself as a DevOps engineer, for example, you better be a darn good DevOps engineer. Or if you want to sell yourself as, I don't know, the best user acquisition specialist ever, you have to sell that. You have to believe that. You have to make the case for your skills. That's what they care about. Your skills. Are you reliable? Can you do the job? Yes. Okay, good. However, if you are looking at companies outside of this area, they might put an unnecessary requirement on the Finnish language on you, which is very silly, in my opinion. So if you are looking to not move to Helsinki, I would say try to learn a little bit of Finnish, or make an effort to do so, because you might run into companies who need what you offer, but are having this very kind of old-timey way of thinking that everyone here needs to speak Finnish, even though all of our work is in English and all of our products are in English and we only deal with English clients. So It depends on where you want to go. I don't agree with the fact that a lot of companies put this pressure on people. I think it's extremely unfair, and I think it's very divisive. But it is slowly changing. There's one guy on LinkedIn, I forget his name, who specifically calls out companies who
Lauri
make
Normi,
Yes, I want to give him a high five.
my idol.
He specifically calls out every single company that makes these big, beautiful job ads in English, and then at the very bottom it says native English, native Finnish skills required, and it's like, excuse me. But yeah, it's very backwards. But definitely learn some Finnish if you don't plan on going to Helsinki. Otherwise, focus on your skills. I can't believe I have to say that. That just it feels so weird saying that sentence because it seems so backwards.
Yes, I would say that from when we are talking about recruitment from abroad, at the moment, most companies are looking for more senior, more experienced, and specific technical skill set. So in those cases, the experience and the things you can do is the most important thing. If you're a more junior talent in those cases, the best thing you can do is get more experience and get better at what you do. So in that way you will get a job, and that's basically the way to go. And Finnish language is, I hope that it's not it's been less and less critical, but it's unfortunately there is still also a lot to do on that area. So, and you can't learn it without being here. It's one of the hardest languages in the world. So, and it requires a lot of work and effort, but of course it's worth the investment.
You can't learn it while working either, and that's the most frustrating
Yes,
part. Is that a lot of these
these
companies expect so much from you, and it's like you can't work an 8-hour job, like especially if you're a programmer. You can't work 8 to 10 hours constantly programming and then be expected to just run to a Finnish class and still have brain power left to learn Finnish. It's not fair. It's not fair at all.
Yeah,
Shout out to
I agree.
Victoria, who's been doing that for the last year or so. Literally running to and from classes and then to work and then back again. But absolutely fantastic. I 100% agree. One request we have is that if you could both leave your very short intro and social media where people can find you in you can find it under the basic channels on Discord in introductions, so that people can find you later if there is interest. We're having some nice reactions, so that is good. I know Felicia will have to go very soon, so we could maybe start to wrap it up a little bit, and then of course the day will continue with company presentations. But I think that this was a really nice start to then build upon what companies are doing within Finland in order to ensure that diversity, inclusion, and accessibility are really taken care of within both the developer community, to ensure that what you're developing is fair representation and that everything is done with good research behind it, and as well as the games that are being developed, that they have that diversity of cast, that they have the diversity of narratives being told, so that people can find themselves within them, because that is a huge part why people play video games, because they identify themselves with characters that they maybe not be able to see in traditional media, like movies or books or other mediums. So that is the very exciting part about it. And I love the work that you're doing. So I would like to say just kudos and keep doing it, because we definitely need people who raise awareness and bring more to the table. And both of you have been for a while in Finland, so you bring the foreign perspective, but also you've been here for a long time, so you know how the local markets work. You know what people need to be told, and I'm glad to see the more and more companies are listening, and these are the conversations we need to have until things get better, and they could always get better.
Thank you so much.
Agree.
I agree with
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Victoria will continue with the next conversation and company presentation. You can all find the schedule for today on our website. Later during the day, it will also be shown on stream. So you can do that. In the meantime, if you have any questions that you would like to send on this panel, any thoughts that came up, again, you can use the hashtag Pixels21 on social media, as well as reach us out on Twitch, YouTube, come to our Discord server, say hello, or any other place where you can find Pori ES.
Yes.
So thank you once again for joining. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Hello, everybody, again, and we continue our online event, Your Future in Pixels, with our next amazing guest, Elina Adams from the Tactic Games. Hello, Elina.
Hello.
Yes, can we see you?
Hang on. There you go. Can you see me?
Hi. Yes, great. How are you doing? And would you
Very
like to
good.
tell us more about yourself and your work and your presentation?
Yes, I'm very good, thank you. I work at Tactic Games in the product development as storyteller and translator and localization expert. We do board games, that's our main business, but do also some digital apps and things like that.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I thought I might today, because I am the storyteller, I will sort of go into that aspect of our process, because that's my unique perspective into it. So that's what we'll be talking
that
about.
creative aspect of the work of creating the games, I guess
Yes.
that's a game design.
Yeah.
Well, tell us please more about it.
Okay, well, I have got a presentation, a company presentation, but it's quite boring. I can put it on if you like, but I can also just tell everything on screen if that's okay.
Yes, you can just do what you like more.
Okay, so Tactic is a family-owned company. It was founded in 1967, and it started with just one game, which is called Kimball. It's a classic game in Finland. Everyone pretty much knows it from nursery onwards. And So after that, the company's grown over the years and decades, and now there's subsidiaries in several countries in Europe and also in America. We have some presence. And now we don't do just board games. Like I said, we also do digital applications and outdoor games, toys and books as well. And they all sort of link together some way, one way or another. And our factory is here in Pori, where we do wooden products, outdoor products, and cardboard, a lot of cardboard, because that's the main component of board games. And in my personal opinion, one of the most awesome materials in the world. And
Why
so
so?
that's because you can make anything with it, really. It comes in so many different shapes and sizes. It can be thick or it can be thin. You can print amazing graphics on it. You can cut it into different shapes and think about how you could join them together. From a game development perspective, it's a really wonderful creative material.
Yeah, interesting.
So
And
yeah.
Please keep going.
So in our unit here, we have sales teams and marketing teams and obviously production teams, but our game development, our product development team sort of contains the graphic designers. There's a few of them who do all the sort of visual work, and then there's me as storyteller and my colleague Petter, who is our game mechanic, who does the bare bones of the game, as it were. And then we add everything around that. And then we have a boss who makes sure that we don't get too crazy with the things we want to do. And then we have our digital applications person who is on hand to sort of provide that kind of aspect to the games as well.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Do you feel you have a lot of freedom to create the game, and how much of your own imagination do you use in creating something pretty cool and that would be interactive for the people?
Yeah, I think we do actually have a lot of freedom. We do sometimes get different kinds of briefs for our games. Some are pre-detailed already. Some are just sort of ideas for you need a game for this aged children, and the theme could be something like this, and then we just see what we can make up from that. But it's a wonderful creative process every time, really. And I think even now, I wanted to say, sort of from storytelling point of view, that even I've been here for 10 years now, and even in that time, the role of storytelling and the role of a story in general has changed so much. When I came here, I was just the translator, but then over the years, it's sort of become so clear that people really want to be immersed into a game, whether it's a video game or a digital game or a board game. You want to be really in it, and you really want to understand why you're playing and what is the purpose of this game and what you're going to take away from it. And I think that's becoming more and more important here as well. I think you have so many different ways of doing it in board games, in video games. Game is sort of built already. The things that you can do in it are built into it already, and you interact with that. But in a board game, the players make the events happen. You have the tools, you have all the parts you need to make the game event happen. But then if it doesn't make sense, if the game's doesn't take you away with it, then it just feels pointless and uninteresting. So I think that's something that we always think about a lot. We test it, and we want to see how people react to these games and how the ideas work when real people play them and not just us, in our conference room.
Okay, what do you think is the most challenging part of creating a board games comparing to the video games? What is harder in this process of creating the story?
Well, I think it has to be so simplified. The game events have to be so simplified, and they have to be really functional. There has to be, both. There has to be an engine, that keeps the game going forward. Something that even when you feel like I'm a little bit stuck here, the game will move you forward anyway. But in a board game, obviously, we have cardboard, and then sometimes, if we're lucky, maybe some plastic components, even though we're sort of trying to break away from those as well. But it's you have to streamline a lot, and you have to be selective into what is included and what is not. No one wants to play a game where you have to remember 10 different steps during one turn.
Yeah, that's true. There has been a lot of board game events lately, previous year before the pandemic hit the world, and I noticed by myself that when I get stuck in a board game, I get like a little kind of angry, and it's harder to proceed with it than if it would be like a video game. In a video game, you like repeat again and again and again until you make it, but then in a board game, it's so you take so much effort to play so that you can't just erase like kind of erase the whole game and start again, so but you like have to continue from the point where you are. I think it teaches more patience for the people than the video games themselves.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right there. I think, with a board game, the frustrating thing is always the fact that we try to write the rules as clearly as possible. We test them and we make sure that they have examples of different events and everything else. But then when it really comes to it, so few people actually read them, unless it's a game where you really want to learn the game and play it, in a completely different way, like those German sort of strategy games, heavier games. But I think it has to be self-explanatory. You have to be able to see like, okay, this is what I'm expected to do, and that's what's going to happen next. And it's a hard thing to do, to achieve that kind of clarity in a game and that kind of sequence where people don't get lost and stuck, because it is the worst.
Yeah.
It is the worst, honestly.
That's true. And how do you test the games exactly? I can imagine how you can test the video game. You just take the prototype or simulator and play, and how the process of testing the board games goes on. If that's
Well,
not a secret, of course.
no, it's no secret. Honestly, you have to do it in as many ways as possible. First, you test how people react to the theme. Like, is this an interesting game or not? Like, when someone sees this game, are they going to want to play it or not? Then you test the game events. Does the game make sense? Is it fun to play? Then you have to test the rules. Are the rules good? If people read them and try to play, can they play? Are there some things that they just don't understand even after reading them? And then obviously at the end, when you've got everything together, then you sort of want to see how people receive it. So there's a lot of things you can do and sort of have to do in order to test a game. And but it's I think it's just the main thing is, you get people to play it and see if they have a good time. If they have a good time, then you're onto a good thing there. And if they're sort of getting bored and they sort of want to do something else, then you're in trouble. Have to go back and think about what's wrong and how can you make it work and more interesting.
Okay. Have you ever experienced a crisis of inspiration or of a creativity when you would need to make up a game, or the game that's already in development is already like kind of stuck and it doesn't interest people? How do you come up out of those situations?
Well, they have been those situations, I have to be honest. I think you need to put it away for a while. You have to put it away and come back to it a week later and then think about it and really look at it from like you haven't seen it for a while. I think that's the easiest way. But there are some games where you just, what you're doing, if it feels like it's impossible, then usually it's probably not going to be a good game. Like it has to come sort of naturally. Like if it's really difficult to play and difficult to develop, then
Yeah. Have
it's
you
trying
had
to tell you
those
something.
Have you had those very old games that were like completely forgotten, and then you come up to it after 2, 3, 5 years, and then brings a new light to it, a new miracle inspiration that it can work later for the people?
Well, yeah, actually, one of the best things about working here at Tactic is that we have two sort of special rooms. One is filled with competitors games, which have been collected from game fairs all over the world over decades and decades by our salespeople. And the other room has all of our old games from 50 years of making games. So if you're sort of stuck with a game, or if you want some inspiration, I tend to go to those places because they are full of good things to discover and
That's
get
pretty
inspiration
cool.
from. Yeah.
Yeah, you can have the biggest board game party ever.
I have had some board game parties with those games, I have to be honest. There's some good old American 80s sort of party games and things like that. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I believe that. Would like to try it one day. Yes, that's pretty cool. Do you think how people now, like the new generation of people, who is more interested like in video games, or like the when people kind of our parents were interested in like something else and we are interested in new things, did it become harder over time to make people interested, or is it doesn't matter by what kind of generation it's now? For example, now people are interested like in TikTok and creating videos, and almost every second or fifth person or teenager is already a blogger, and they don't find those things such exciting maybe anymore. What do you think on
Yeah.
that?
Well, I think that board games always have their own place, their own special place. I think because they are their own kind of thing where you have to get together and play them, and it's just just a nice analog sort of fun you can have with your friends, and I think as a balance, it's a nice thing to have. Lots of my friends who play video games, they still love a good board game, just I think for the same reasons they would love a good video game, because of the story and the fact that the game works well and it gives you enough of a challenge that you want to play again and see if you could do better next time. um, I think board games have a lot of good things going for them, and I think also the fact that they are mostly cardboard and they're recyclable, I think that's a huge bonus as well. I think because they're not hugely expensive, they last a long time, and it's wonderful to go home and find those like 20-30-year-old board games at your parents' house, and like they're just a really special kind of fun, I think.
Okay, we have a upcoming question from one of our listeners. What are your thoughts on a tabletop simulator? The game that like it's on, if I understood correctly, it's online server that simulates board games, but you can play them online. So what do you think on that?
I think those kinds of things are really cool. I think new ways to enjoy old games I think it's really good. And I mean, even over the years, there's always attempts to introduce these electronic elements into board games, and sometimes they're more successful than other times. I think, in some games they really do enhance them, and sometimes they're a little bit naff. But I think it's great that, board games and those game ideas, they get sort of new life breathed into them.
Okay. Do you think it can become a competitor for the companies like Tactic who produce like cardboard board games, like the physical board game? And
I think
yeah,
probably I don't think they will. I think, there's been over the years there's been so many times when people have been worried that board games are going to not, be interesting to people anymore, but then they still are, even when it's so seemed like, there's just not really a place for them anymore with everything that is available. People still buy them to play with small children, and then, I think even older sort of 20 something people, I mean, this is something that you could take out on a night out to a pub or something and have a game. And I think yeah, I think it's really hard to replace that sense of being together and having a good time over a board game. Even if it's, a really functional desktop version, it's still just not quite the same, even they can coexist.
yeah, that's true. And I think those tabletop simulators, they became a nice way to replace for a while the board games that when you gather now because of this pandemic situation. And I even myself, spend like long nights playing with the friends all around the world just because we can like connect each other with each other on the same server and then just play any kind of games, and it didn't have to be like very hard or complicated, or it was very simple, but we just had fun and playing there. I think it's still quite cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. uh what do you? I read in the news that tactics games, board games, were the most gifted present last Christmas in almost all the families. And Violeta, our chairman of Boreas, she always buys her family a new tactic game or a new game of the year that was meant to be like the most awarded one and most cool one. So how did the pandemic's effect on the production of the board games?
Well, I think, well, like everyone who has any kind of dealings with China and their manufacturing, we had the same problems of just the plastic parts didn't come on time, or they came very late, or that was a problem. So I think because we do have our own factory and we have got all that kind of technology here, it sort of pushed us towards just relying on that more. So I think, now when I think about the games we've developed for this year and next year, I think there's a real marked lack of plastic components, just because, we don't really need them. They're fun and they can be a really good thing in a board game, but they're not necessary now. So I think that's been a big difference. But in terms of sort of sales and logistics, we've done pretty well, just because our factory is right here, and we can still operate normally.
Oh, that's pretty good. And I think this tactic and the production of its location in Pori in Finland brings a lot of good things for the community in here, because so many people are working there, and it brings uh, like the own product of the country, like makes people feel more proud of the country itself.
Yeah, I think there's lots of people who don't even realize that Tactic is a Finnish company. We have a game called Alias, which is
Yeah.
or Alias, and that's a real classic as well in Finland. And
Yeah.
lots of people don't even know that it's made right here. They think that it's made somewhere in Europe, but really it's it's right here in Pori, best town in the world.
Yeah. To be honest, I just remembered myself when I got a box of Elias for some, I don't remember, for some party on the summer, and my parents brought me. I was like, where was it done? And it was Pori, Finland, and it was the year when I had to move to Pori. And I was like, well, I'm actually gonna live there, where they produce the best games ever.
That's right.
That was so amazing. Yeah, and about the production of the games, I was wondering if you produce any of the adapted board games for people with disabilities. I know the Finland has the best social system, and it supports very well the disabled people and their rehabilitation. I was wondering if Tactic has any of those games that could help people in those hard times.
Well, I think there's
Or
a
are
lot
you?
of games that yes.
Mhm.
I think we do have a lot of games that could be used for that kind of thing. We do a lot of we develop a lot of products together with different charities, and we develop their games with them. So there has been games for visually impaired. I think there's been games for lots of different kind of different minorities and things like that. We don't have any, I don't think, in our active selection. They are a part of the work we do here, because we do so many of these client games, and we do have clients in so many of the sort of charity organizations and public sector as well. So they are there, but not sort of, you can't buy them in Prisma, but we do develop
Yeah.
them.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Would be interesting to know more about that, but I guess I will have to explore it on my own time, because as for physiotherapist, it's pretty interesting for me, and even myself, I'm using a lot of games and different, like even just the cubes or something simple, but it's still working. And I noticed even adults really like games, and not only board games, but just games in the whole, that it brings them to their childhood. So it's wakes up those nice and warm feelings and emotions from the past.
Yeah, And I think it's also just people who don't maybe necessarily otherwise want to play like outdoor games, for example, if they don't want to, do those kinds of things normally. I think when you give them a game and a purpose, then, like having a game of Melka, for example, that game can be played by pretty much anybody, from very small children to anyone with sort of mobility issues. It doesn't really require you to be fit. It's just something that you can do outdoors in the summer or in the winter, I guess.
That's true. Yeah. As for you personally, is board games as also one of the presents that you always give to people around you, or is it the most gifted present in your family also?
We do have a lot of board games. Yeah, I've got a lot of nephews and nieces, and it is a mainstay kind of present at Christmas. But I don't just give them tactic games. I do look at all kinds of games. But yeah, I mean, I think it's just it's a subtle way to tell them, like, to spend time together as well, because they, like to all just sit in their own rooms and not, come out. So, a board game is a really easy way to get them coax them to spend some time together, some quality time.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever thought that you will end up creating a games or board games in your life? Was it your dream job to have?
No, well, I mean, no, I studied English, and I lived in Wales, and then my husband and I moved to Pori, where I've spent my childhood, and my parents live here. And then 2 weeks after that, this job became available. And I've always liked board games, but didn't have any special experience in them. But then I got the job, and now it's, like 40% of my waking time is just spent thinking about board games all the time. But it is wonderful. I think in a company like this, which is family owned, there's so much freedom to bring up your ideas and your thoughts, and if there's a project you want to do, or if there's any new ideas you have, you can always sort of present them. And I think it's a really, really wonderful place to work, and get to play board games all the time. It's great.
It feels like a dream job.
It is really, really good.
Yeah. Well, I think it's now our time to wrap it up, and I'm so excited that I had a chance to talk to you, and I've never thought I will have one, because it's kind of, the board games became like a part of the life, but you have like small things in the life that you never pay too much attention to, but then when you take them away, they actually become quite meaningful. So seeing people who create those little meaningful things for you is very interesting.
Yes, yeah. And I will say that anyone who has a good game idea, they're welcome to send it to us. We have got a person who goes through all new game ideas from anybody, so any aspiring game designer out there is welcome to send their ideas to us, and we will go through each and one of them.
Yeah, about that, could you then please leave your information or how people can contact you in our introduction chat in Pori's Discord service?
Yes.
So that if people come up with more questions, maybe later after the event, so they can contact you, and maybe also the contact of the person who is the ideas gatherer for the new games.
Yeah, and also anyone who's we're always looking out for good new illustrators and things like that. So if there's anyone in that kind of field, then we are always looking for people to work with. So feel free to get in touch.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think great. And I think this, from your description of the tactic games company, it feels like it's very good environment to work at, and a lot of nice people and good team. So I'm sure that a lot of our listeners will be interested in that. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's very cool. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you hopefully in the future around our future events.
Yes, absolutely. It was lovely to speak to you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Is Elina Adams, a storyteller from Tactic Games, and you can see our next speaker just in a little moment. And remember to check the schedule from Pori's website and follow us on all the other social media channels. We are almost everywhere and we are getting all of your questions. We hear you and feel free to message us whatever you want, whatever you feel. And we will back a little soon in 1-2 minutes with Michael Leonel from My Games. See you in a bit. Yes. Hello, everybody, again, and we are back with Mikael Leinonen. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Perfectly.
Yes, founder of My Games. How are you? And would you like to tell us more about your company and your presentation?
Hi, Viktoriia. I'm good. Thanks. And thanks for having me here. It's really nice to join in.
Thank you for coming. Yes.
Yeah, I've prepared some presentation about my games, and I think there will be some interesting learnings about Chinese market coming at the same time, and then
Okay.
I'm happy to do a chat on whatever topics you want.
Yes, we are excited to hear about that too. I actually had few questions prepared about it.
All right.
Yes. So would you like to start now and show us what you had prepared for our
Let me-
listeners?
Yeah, so I'll just see if I can share my screen. Okay. Are you able to see my presentation now?
Yes, clearly.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Little technical difficulties, but it's all gonna be solved very soon. So how did you come up with the idea of creating the company that would also work in Chinese market?
That was sort of an accident. I ended up in China because I was since my teens I was a big fan of Chinese martial arts. I was learning kung fu, and then I wanted to go to China to learn it from the source. And
Oh,
long story short, I went to Satakunta ammattikorkea to study software only because they had a exchange program where you could get to China.
okay.
And I made my way there and had an exchange study in Shanghai, and then I just fell in love with the country and moved there, started my working career in China, and then I spent nearly a decade in China, and then at the end of that, my current co-founder, who's a Chinese guy called Charles, he then suggested that hey, we should start a business together to bring Western games to the Chinese market, and that's how we got started basically.
Wow.
So
What's
I
the
had nothing to
difference in yeah.
do with games before that.
Mm-hmm.
Is the screen showing already? Can I start my presentation? Perfect. Yep. So my games is a sort of a Finnish Chinese company, and our business is to enable top Western mobile game publishers to enter the Chinese market and grow their business there. And China is our only target market, so we don't publish. To be more precise, mainland China is only target market for us at the moment, so we don't publish at any other markets. And the reason for that is that China is the biggest market already in the mobile games industry. So according to the analysts, China market is already accounting for over 30% of global game industry revenues. And it's bigger than the US market, both in the number of users, but also in the dollar terms. And the Chinese industry is growing so fast. Their economy is growing very fast. And it is expected that in the next 20 years, China's economy might become twice as large as US. So you can just imagine what that means for the games industry there. So China is definitely, it is already an extremely important market globally for games, but it's going to become even more important. And this basically means that any mobile games publishers who want to be truly global and who want to be at the top of the competition, they can't ignore Chinese market.
So is it so that the Chinese market is like one of the leaders among the mobile game publishers in the world? So if you want to reach some certain point of like success or get more like into the games and mobile games to publish your games, so you have to be on Chinese market also.
Yeah, basically it's representing such a big part of the global market, both in terms of user base and in revenue, that for big companies who want to grow, who want to maximize their growth, they will have to enter the Chinese market. But for sure, at the same time, China is also becoming a more important player in terms of Chinese publishers coming to the global markets. So there are already huge companies like Tencent and NetEase who are actually the number one and number two largest gaming companies in the world. There are many more great Chinese companies who are coming to the global and to the our Western markets increasingly. And Chinese market is very competitive, so there's basically more and more innovation in terms of game design and publishing coming from China. So in that sense, it's also important to be there, to be where the many of the future mobile gaming trends will probably be born.
What do you think is the difference between Chinese mobile game publishers and those from Western world? So how different is the competition, and what's the difference between those who produce them already in China and those who want to just enter with the Chinese market with already made product?
Yeah, so a lot of the Chinese publishers, they have been just focusing on their home market until now, and very few of them have yet expanded to the global markets. And there are several reasons for that. I think the biggest one is that their home market has just been so lucrative. There has been enough growth for them in the home market. But then also because of the language barrier and geographical distances, it has been difficult for them to go to the global markets. But what we can see from the game design, I think they are sort of the Chinese and global or Western game trends are getting closer to each other, and there are several Chinese companies now who have been successful in cracking the Western markets. For example, Lilith Games is a great example. Chinese publishers, maybe stereotypically, they are very good at serving their customers. So free-to-play monetization was actually originated in Asia and strongly in China. And so Chinese publishers have been sort of front runners in the free-to-play monetization, and quite often they are sort of comparing to Western games. Chinese games are often monetizing quite heavily, quite aggressively, and they are also because of the competition in the market is so intense. Chinese publishers are doing extremely good job in serving their players. So very active live operations for the games with the frequent content updates and in-game events and offers and promotions and what so. And they are also very good at coming up with new ways of making their players feel special. All sorts of VIP treatments for the top spending user, and sort of these advocate users are something that Chinese publishers really excel in.
Do you think that Western game developers lacking those interaction with the player, like getting the feedback from the user to improve the game to a better level?
Interaction with users, I would say that the Chinese publishers are probably a little bit more focused on sort of just the live operation of the game and building the community and those advocate players, but maybe not so much on the like what in a, I think in a Western publishers might be doing a bit more on sort of early stage playtesting, getting that type of feedback for the game development itself. If that answered your questions, but
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you.
The peculiar thing about Chinese market is that it's actually not an open market. So non-Chinese companies can't publish themselves in China. So in order to publish your game in China, there are two regulatory things that need to be sort of fulfilled. One is the publisher of account must be a fully Chinese-owned company, which has a publishing license, sort of it's called ICP license, Internet and Content Provider license. So it's a business license that company needs to get in order to publish games. And then the second thing is that every single game published in China must first get government approval, and this is called ISBN license. So it's a game specific, and basically the game needs to be first submitted to the government bureau for review, and they will check that the game content is complying with the local regulations. Are quite a bit stricter than in other markets, and only once the game has passed this regulatory review, it can get this ISBN license. So those two things effectively are basically any non-Chinese companies from operating in the market themselves. And that's really where me and my co-founder, we saw the market opportunity to start a business. So we built a company that is able to publish in China as a fully Chinese publisher, but at the same time we are able to provide a sort of fully Western interface to the market. So it's My Games is really about build a team to bridge this gap between Western developers and Chinese markets. So we want to give our customers a fully Western interface for their China operation, so that our customers don't have to build their own China offices or other operations, but they can just rely on our operations on the ground.
So does it mean that someone new and young game developer who has a ready-made product and wants to go to the Chinese market can just contact you, and you will help them to get the product legalized in China and promoted on the Chinese market?
In theory, yes. Although nowadays we quite much focus on working with the larger, more established publishers. So basically, our customers, our developer partners are not that much of a young studios, but more about those who already have a top-grossing product and who have the resources to bring it to the market.
Okay.
And yeah, we've started the company in late 2013, and we started publishing our first games in mid 2014, and we now have offices in Helsinki and Pori, as well as Shanghai and Tianjin. Tianjin is a city right next to the capital, Beijing. We are around 20 people, most of them in China. We are building basically in Finland we have our product development, software development team developing our and distribution technology, and then we have our sort of business development, sales here, as well as finance. But all the rest of the sort of publishing operation is in China.
Okay. That's pretty good, and you have it's very convenient of having offices everywhere. And as Finland is kind of the top of all the countries in the world who develops games, I think it's very good connection, and anyone who wants to come and make own product should get to Pori or Helsinki, and then get to the market everywhere else, to other markets in the world.
Exactly, yeah. And Finland is actually quite close to China, if you think about it globally. So in the summertime, we only have 5 hours time difference to China, and the flight from Helsinki to Beijing is only 7 hours. So they're comparing that to, for example, United States. We are in a much better position to build a team and operation that can really function in these 2 countries, 2 time zones. And I'm originally from Pori, and that was basically the reason why we started our I mean, one of the reasons why we started our R&D team in Pori. So it's my brother Markus, who is our CTO. He's running the team there, and all our publishing technology is developed in Pori.
Okay.
And as of today, we've gotten close to 600 million downloads for our game portfolio in Chinese Android market. This is sort of the first chapter of our business, the first 6 years. So we got some quite nice results there. Hill Climb Racing, which is a game developed by Fingersoft in Oulu, is our biggest hit so far. So that one has, we've been publishing Hill Climb Racing 1 since 2014 and Hill Climb Racing 2 since I think 2017, and they have been immensely popular among the Chinese Android players, and Hill Climb Racing 1 has been among the top 10 most downloaded games in the local Android stores.
Yeah, that's a huge success, I think. Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been really nice to see that some of these games that are developed in Europe with just the European players or global players in mind are so universally fun products that Chinese players who are coming from completely different culture, they just find it equally fun and addictive to play. So that's really fun to in our work to find those games that have that kind of universal match that players anywhere can find them fun.
Yeah. What do you think is the biggest challenge when creating the game and trying to monetize it?
For Chinese market?
For both in Western world, operating like in Helsinki and Pori, and then also in China.
I have to say that I'm no expert in game development, and big secret is that I actually didn't even play games before I started my games. And
Whoa, what a revelation today.
yeah, so I'm more of a business builder, company builder, and my games is essentially a service provider. So we are just, put it simply, we are identifying games that are already successful and that could be a good match to China, and we can then help those games to get to the market and help to optimize those games for the market and to make them succeed there. But I don't fool myself to think that I would understand anything about game development.
Okay, I see. Well, how people who want to who already have a successful game and want to get in touch with you, how they can contact you, and would you also leave your information in our introduction chat in Pori's Discord channel, so that our listeners can come up with questions again if they have more, or if they want to propose something to you, if they have something to offer, and maybe you could help someone to get into the Chinese market.
Sure, absolutely. I'll be happy to leave my contact information there. And we can also be reached by through our website or mygames.com, or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn or our business development colleagues.
Yes, that's great. Thank you so much. And our time is like little coming up, so I think it's a good time to wrap up. And yeah, you still have a little more to say, if I can see right.
Yeah, I could wrap this up by saying that
Yeah.
we are growing now. We pivoted the company a year ago, and now we've started growing. And we are looking for backend developers and Android developers, and also iOS developer, either in Pori or Helsinki or Shanghai. And then we are also going to have openings on marketing and user acquisition related roles. We always look out for bilingual talent, meaning people who can speak Chinese. So because we are building this Western interface, so anybody who has any China experience or knows the language, reach out to me. I'll be happy to chat. And then every now and then we also have trainee opportunities in our Pori office for the development. So we've actually had several trainees from SAMK before, who we ended up hiring as a full-time developers. So look out for our open positions and join our growth.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think it brings a lot to our listeners, and it's always nice that you are open about when the companies are open about open positions and are offering the job and ready to work with people, because just as we discussed a little earlier on our diversity and inclusiveness panel earlier this morning, that not all of the companies are ready to have the workers who doesn't speak Finnish. So of course you're working in China, so Chinese is important, but is it important that people who want to join the company on any of the positions that you mentioned need to speak Finnish?
No, that's not necessary. So we are
Okay.
we have already several engineers in Finland who don't speak any Finnish, and English is our main working language here in Finland as well. So hoping
Okay.
to our customers are from all over the world. So we work with quite a number of Russian developers. We have customers from New Zealand and US, and so really we are hoping to build a diverse team that can sort of connect well with customers all over the world.
Yes. So thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to talk to you and get to know more about the game development publishers in Chinese market. I think it's important to know how to expand your network. So we are glad you had time to join us.
Absolutely. Thanks again for having me.
And hoping to see you in our future events.
That would be nice. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, everybody. Again, we are back with our another amazing expert in game development industry, Kyösti Koskela. I tried for past 2 days to pronounce the name correctly. To be honest, it was like my homework to be do.
Yes, I think
Yes,
you're doing fine. It sounds pretty correct.
thank you. You are a team lead at Clever Stimulation.
Yes.
So, how are you doing, and would you like to tell us more about your work?
Yes, I can actually kind of start my presentation. That might be the easiest way to do it. And then we can just don't be alarmed by the fact that it's kind of looks long, because I'm just going to take some parts of it. So okay, I guess we are. So while we are waiting for the presentation to start, I'm not sure if it's up yet. So I am Kyösti Koskela. I am from Clever Simulation Entertainment, and we mainly concentrate on serious games and player testing. So it's kind of a different way of game development. Is my screen sharing already?
Yes.
Okay, then I can move on. So we have a very interesting history. We actually started in the side of the university and did some human research in a way, eye tracking, heart rate monitoring, and things kind of evolved in a way that we started actually creating games around the testing. So we started to create some different kind of sport simulators, and then connected that to like player measurements in both game testing and esports. And nowadays we are kind of operating in a very wide field, mainly doing serious games, virtual reality, and kind of all sort of games connected to kind of trying to better the lives of a lot of fields of people. And we operate in cooperation with the Kajaani University of Applied Sciences, but like all of our people and game developers are paid professionals. So we have game developers, graphic artists, game designers, and we are kind of a weird organization inside the company, since we just kind of pretty much, I would say 95% of every kind of serious game that we design is designed for somebody else than us. So usually we start in the situation where we don't know absolutely anything from the game that we are going to create. And we are then trying to learn as much as we can from the field.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very quickly all the equipment that we have. There's a lot more of these, but like currently it's been very virtual reality oriented lately, but there's a lot of problems with the COVID. So we've been actually moving a little bit more back to the computer side, because it's been about 1.5 years that nobody can use virtual reality because of the dangers that the virtual reality devices can give you. And here is kind of a general idea of all the things that we do and have been doing. So like I said, the field is very varied. There's a lot of different fields, but I will just go through them in a little bit more detail. But like I said, what we do is serious games, and usually the game goal is that we do something in addition to being entertainment. And I have the sentence that the dark side of the game development, it's not kind of meant for the goal of the game, because the goal is usually to kind of have some sort of form of rehabilitation or activating people to do sports. It's the whole funding system is kind of backwards if you consider normal game development. When you do your own game, you design it and you are trying to make it so good that it will be a success. But we kind of work in a reversed way, that we already usually have the funding when we start making the game. So that's why it's usually our game doesn't need to be total success, and it's usually meant for smaller groups than, for example, commercial games. but the goals can be very varying from teaching history, learning how to start working in a new company, or pretty much creating art. And all the people in our company are very heavy players in a way. And I would say that the most challenging part is that most of the customers that are creating serious games want something informative and very educational in a way. And we, on the other hand, try to get as much as the gaming elements in the game as possible. So we are constantly, in a way, battling with the customers. And like when you are developing normal games, you always want to kind of create these very clever game mechanics that are interesting. And in our point of view, our challenge is to usually simplify the games, because usually the players that are playing these games are not heavy players, or they are very casual players at most. So the mechanics that we are using has to be so simple that you can learn them very, very easily. There are games that are used by just one button or something like that. And
Mhm.
we have a lot of different games on maybe 50 different educational or serious games in very, very varying fields. And like I said, all the environments need to be kind of realistic. It's something that we are needing for serious games. So that is, we have a lot of methods for that. I'm not going to go into a bit more detail on those ones. And I actually mentioned, you heard about the physiotherapy earlier, and we've also been
Yeah.
doing a lot of exe games and like treadmill orientation and everything like that. So virtual reality games for tracking the player's movement and stuff like that. So it is something that we do. We kind of take controllers or trackers and integrate them into the game. Like that's no mobile there in the bottom.
Mhm.
And then there's the physiological testing part, which, like I said, we started with the player testing. It's like game testing. Like we monitor and track the game data in connection with eye tracking, heart rate, different kind of player positions, the video feed. And with the esports, we can do this with 5 simultaneous players. So we can actually have a whole esport team there and monitor their physiology and kind of try to figure out what's happening inside. Like that is maybe not visible to the trainer or something who's monitoring the team. And like I said, there's a very interesting project. This is something that we are generating at the moment. It's like a game for teaching the Sami language, and it is actually kind of a weird project for us, because we can actually design a whole game that is set in the Sami mythology, and we are trying to. There will be an screenplay and all the mechanics kind of around the Sami culture, but it will be a whole adventure which is trying to promote the Sami culture and the language. And this is something also from the little bit more interesting side, called Blanket Heavy Meets Nightmare. This is actually available in Steam, so if you have VR classes, you can go check it out. So we took this. You see the picture in the topmost corner on the right? That is an actual art piece that has like 100 different nightmares. And we transferred those nightmares into virtual reality experience. So you can select these nightmares from the blanket and you can experience them. And it is something that I think it's still my favorite project of all time, because the customer just gave us totally free hands and just go ahead, go crazy, make people afraid. So we just could do a very wonderful, interesting art experience.
Sounds scary and exciting.
Yes, and it is, since most of these serious games are usually free, so you can just get it like for free from the Steam. So go try that out. And
Yes.
then there's also like we have kind of like this social side in the virtual reality game. So there's a lot of things where we try to, like, for example, educate people that have been what's the word, that have problems finding a job or a teaching place. So kind of dealing with those kind of issues in a more gamified way, where the people trying to help them can kind of get an idea of what might be the problem. And also virtual environments where you age people and kind of make them experience certain like problems with aging. And the main point is to kind of give them some sort of idea of what it might feel to be old, in a sense.
I think those kind of simulations and this kind of games, when you can feel for you being somehow different, can
Yes.
also teach people to like experience something more, something better. And I thought myself that this would be so nice to show kids at school, because when people develop like hate, negativity to disabled people, to other races, even, for example, when they feel themselves how those people feel, they experience everything themselves, people could be just a little more kinder somehow, I
Yes.
think.
No, I actually see that is the most important factor in the whole virtual reality, that you can so easily take a part of a different person or kind of get more into game. Like a lot of actual gamers, they can easily jump into the game, but if you're like somebody who isn't playing usually, virtual reality is much easier way to get inside the game or the world than just by looking at the screen. But that the point that you can go into different roles is definitely something that is I would say,
Yeah,
the key point of virtual reality.
yeah, that's definitely so.
And like I mentioned earlier, like all of these games are kind of always monitoring how the player is, what the player is doing in the world. So we are trying to provide that data to, for example, the healthcare workers or the social workers, so they can actually use the data based on the game somehow to maybe help the users.
Yeah, when you test your games and you have so many parameters that you measure, do you have healthcare professionals in your teams who like give you advice on that, or physiologists or someone with physiology studies who is who are experienced in that, who can explain the reaction of the human body on the game?
Yeah, well, our team is pretty much only like game expert, but we also always make sure that there is somebody from the customer side with us when we are testing the players or figuring out how to develop the like environments further on. Because like
Yeah.
it is pretty much the first thing that I usually tell to the customers when we are starting to design something, that like we don't know anything about this, so we need your help to kind of try to figure this out. And that is,
Yeah, and I think it's always a teamwork that uh, sometimes the customers, or even in physiotherapy, people come and they expect you to do all the job, and they forget that it's actually a teamwork. And if you want to get a good result, then both parties should take a good role in it and do their
yeah,
job.
no, that is also one of the, I would say, key components of a successful serious game. Like we are not experts, so we can't know all the little details that you have to take into uh, consideration when you are developing the game. So when the customer is very into the development and they put their like energy also in the same way as we do, then the result will be the best possible serious game that you can get.
Yeah, you as a team manager, what do you think? What is the key component for a successful game to be done for the successful process and the game development as a whole in industry? What do you think is the most important there? What young game developers should remember?
Well, if you think of from our point of view, like it's very important that you start by listening to the customer and really figure out what they want. But then there's also the fact that you can't be too humble in a way because they don't usually know anything about games. So it's also very important that you kind of also have your own vision and try to not push it in a way, but maybe gently nudge in the direction that this might be a good idea. And it's I would say working in this field is like being some sort of diplomat in a way. Like you kind of can go with the customer's ideas, but they are usually not as good as your ideas. But you still have to add their ideas also to the game.
I asked this question of our previous speaker before, but I'm curious to ask you also. Have you ever experienced this crisis of imagination? Have you ever got the game or the offer that or the game that you would need to develop, but you have just nothing to, you have no idea how to start?
Yeah,
How do you solve that?
I actually have a very good example on that. I'm always contacted with different organizations, and I was connected by a Finnish tax office. Okay, we would need a game that makes filling out the tax forms for young people more interesting. And I was literally looking at the wall for 30 minutes, and I can't do anything. This is impossible. But yeah, there are like sometimes you just kind of have to keep up. And I would have to say, like, sometimes we are doing 10 different projects at the same time, so it might be a little bit challenging to kind of make your mind go very creative in all of those games. So there are some points, but usually you somehow battle through them.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I did a little homework and digged a little deeper into your previous career and experiences and noticed that you've been a researcher also in Oulu Ammattikorkeakoulu. And there you did this research on the role of anticipation in reading and also this eye movements and physiological response on the different aspects during that. Did it somehow help you in developing these new games? And do you have any tips for people like me on how to improve the reading? I'm just using my opportunity now to ask this question, even though it's not so much related to the games now.
Yes. No, definitely. I would have to say that working in university and working in AMK, where I'm now, it's completely different because it's much more like theory related in the university side. But I would have to say, based on both the eye movement and anticipation research, that like you shouldn't trust how people look on the inside, because when you are actually measuring how they are feeling or what they are doing, it can be totally different. So if you have on your development project some form of a method to kind of try to get inside the human physiology in a way, there's a lot more that you can learn from that. So people, and Finnish people are kind of annoying in a way that we are very polite.
Yeah.
So even if something totally sucks, we say, yeah, it's just pretty okay. And they actually don't feel that. So
it depends from which part of Finland you are, because in Pori it's like no matter if it's good or bad, it's always ei paha, ei paha.
yes.
Not bad, not bad. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's some tools that when you are developing games that you can actually kind of try to start using, like heart rate is actually very simple. Like you can easily do that, and it kind of gives you a general idea. Just the heart rate in itself can give you if people are even remotely interested in your game. So that is something that it's not that hard to use. And if you have player coming to the test, you can just put a heart rate monitor on their wrist, and that's very easy. it gives you a little bit more insight into their feelings in a way.
Yeah. What feelings games that you develop wake up in you when do you even play your own games that you develop?
We actually have to play them quite a bit because we need to test them, but probably I'm more into actual games. They they are. I would have to say the serious games always serve some sort of purpose, and they are usually not. They are kind of aimed in one goal, and usually they don't have a quick big storyline or something like that. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying they are boring, but they don't usually have that much replayability or something like that. Of course, we can have randomized events there that kind of change the experience, but
I think it's because the purpose of those serious games is a little bit different. Even though you have to create a nice interface and to make the game to feel good for the customer or the other person who will use it, it still like has another aims rather than entertaining or entertainment. So yeah.
Yeah, that's why the Sami game that I mentioned is kind of a very interesting project for us because we can actually create a whole game with an adventure and storyline. So that might be something that I want to play again. So we will see.
Yeah. Where do you take your creativity and inspiration to create an actual like game where you need to put a story into there?
I think the most of the team kind of draws their inspiration from books and games and movies. Like I said, everybody is a. It's kind of even though we do serious games, it's almost kind of like one of the like methods that we use for selecting. It's very important to ask what the like possible employee is playing because games we need some influence from that side. So playing games is important, so you actually know what to do.
Yeah. And the last question before we wrap up the presentation, what in your opinion is harder, technical part of the game development or creative and this like the thinking process, like before process of the game development, technical or like
I would say
creativity?
in our field, it's definitely the creativity because, like I said, how do you make taxation interesting? And it needs a lot of creativity. So technically, like the games are pretty simple. You have the certain mechanics and like certain things that you need to do, 3D modeling or something. It's just kind of work in a way, but when you need to make these kind of slightly boring subject interesting, that can be slightly challenging in a way.
Yeah. And tell us to our listeners, please, if you are hiring now and looking for the other members to join your team, if there is a need for that now.
Yes, of course, you can send us your CV. Like the main problem, like, is that we are in Kajaani, which is kind of in the middle of nowhere. So people usually don't want to come here, which is understandable. But like that, and if you actually are working in some sort of interesting project where you need cooperation or something, then we will be very happy to talk with you because we do cooperation all around the world and all around Finland. So if you
Yes.
need some help or cooperation with player testing or esport testing or game development, then please be in contact with us also.
That's so great to hear. Would you please leave your contact information in our introduction chat so that our listeners can find you later on if they come up with more questions?
Yes, that's good.
Yes, great. And I think it's. Do you have something else to show you clicking the slides?
I can actually show you one good example of when a game developer gets something wrong. We are doing a tram simulation for the Tampere, and this is something that happens when you don't remember to take into consideration all the facts.
Yeah, we love failure stories. Please tell us.
So it starts well. So
Okay.
if you think why there might be some sort of little problems with the Tampere tram, then maybe the simulation is the problem there. But
Yeah, that's how trams drivers were taught by your simulation, so we know who to blame.
yeah. But yeah,
Yes. That was so amazing to see and to hear from you and those little insights from your work. I think that's very inspirational and very interesting to hear. Thank you so much for joining us.
thank you for having me and have a
Yes.
nice meeting. Okay.
Yes. And we are hopeful that you will
I will
join
be
us in
glad.
the future
Okay.
also.
Later.
Yes. And we were with Kyösti Koskela from Clever Stimulation from Kajani. And please keep updated on our schedule. We are now having a short 15 minutes break. Everyone can rethink of what you saw and reflect on what you heard. And hopefully you did some notes and learned something nice and good and new. And we will come back with an amazing workshop or more like an interactive seminar with Rasmus Basilier. It will start at 2:30. Please stay with us and join us a little later. See you soon, guys. Hello, everybody, and we are back with our new speaker. Well, not so new, but we've seen Rasmus quite many times in our organization already, and we are happy to welcome you again. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Viktoriia, for inviting me.
Yes, and today we will have an interactive seminar on freelancing and finding a job in game development industries, but I think your advices can be useful in any other industry also.
Yes, it will be somewhat, well, it will be specific on how to get a very good position anywhere. And I hope that, well, you'll be able to implement this in game development as well.
Yes, that's great. So what do we start with? And how is the freelance and career thinking should be of the person? So how do they start looking for a job and getting to promote themselves?
It's a big topic. Is there any way that that they can chat? Because I'd love to hear, just to start this a little bit, get an idea of where what type of careers you guys are looking for. So I'd love to hear.
Yeah, guys, please answer us on Twitch or YouTube or Discord in Discord general chat, and I will read out loud all of your answers. So, where are you looking for a career, and what kind of industry you are interested in, and what kind of position you want to get?
Yes, and
Please.
I'm interested, like almost like a dream job. Like, where would you like to end up? It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be the next thing, but what if the stars aligned and something really cool would come up? Let's say it's a job still. It's not being laying on a beach looking at the stars. That's not a job. I mean, like, what is that you could do for others that it would be something that you would love to do? And with that, I'm able to angle this presentation or this discussion, so it's better to fit you guys better.
Yes, so it's more individualized and you can like get the answers that you want to get, guys. So don't hesitate to tell us. You have 1 more minute, and
How many
we are
people do we have
starting with.
listening at the moment? How many are in?
I can see 11 on Twitch and one on YouTube, and hopefully more are on Discord, but
Well, 12 is good.
don't
It's a
see
good number
that.
for me. Anyway, so for
Yeah.
you 12 who or so are listening, please write whatever you do, because otherwise I can't help you. If I don't know where you want to
Yes.
go, my advice will not be useful. So put anything there to give me some anchoring to where I should angle the what I'm talking about with you guys.
Yeah, and first answers are already coming.
Oh, nice.
So it's 3D artist,
Cool.
hard surface mainly. Well,
Yeah.
it probably was referring to 3D artist or
Okay.
or a 3D generalist. And another person is writing that I'm a 3D artist currently working as a game development coach. I'm coaching young adults interested in game development, and my mentees are interested in 2D art, 3D art, programming, game designing, etc. For freelancing, art and programming are both interesting. Again, 3D character artist, either for games or miniatures, definitely freelance. And people, some of them are already working that way, but always looking to improve things. So maybe also for someone who is already working but looking to improve
Well, then
their.
I use a concept I call being forever employable. So that's what I will talk with you guys about today.
Yeah.
And so I'll start with a little rant here and then just jump in, Viktoriia, and be ready with some questions. So a lot of you are in 3D, and many of you mentioned that freelancing is a thing, and some of you already had a job, but you can see how could you make more money, I guess, or have a more stable career. I will say you should aim to be forever employable. And that means that instead of you looking for jobs will be looking for you. Now that sounds like an ideal world, like how crazy is that? But it actually happens to me. But I'm 33. You might think, okay, you had all kinds of time to build up a reputation. I just talked with a lady yesterday. She's been all the jobs she's had. She's last 3 jobs she has been reached out to, and now she will got a very good position, like a like a smaller partner at a marketing firm, and she's 26. So it's and that was her third time getting headhunted for like a search. So there is a way to do this, and it doesn't have to do with age, but it does have to do with other things. So how could you be forever employable? How could you be in a situation that they reach out to you? One of the things you got to look for is you got to have a niche. I think the 3D person who said I'm mostly working with flat surfaces or hard surfaces or something like this. I don't know exactly what that means, but in order to be forever employable, you need to have a niche. And if you're very young, it can be hard to know what that niche should be. For me, it's been a struggle also for me to find what it should be in my life. The first thing is to try out things, but it's very easy to, you can pick one that you find interesting. For example, let's say I'm really good with, let's say what it is. I'm good with starting things, but it's very general. I can start things. I can start associations, businesses. I start things. That's not specific enough for somebody to want to reach out to me. But if I say I commercialize scientific discoveries. So if we have scientific discoveries in Finland, I help them to go from a lab idea to a business which is selling on the market. Now it's like way more defined now. So if I now put all my stuff, when I go do a lecture like this, or I have a blog or I have something on LinkedIn, I use LinkedIn a lot in my work. If that's my angle all the time, that I help to commercialize scientific discoveries. When you are thinking, I have a scientific discovery here at Aalto University that I think they should be commercialized. Who should I talk with? Then I'm the guy. They don't want the general. They don't want somebody, who has like a business degree. No, they want who's an expert in starting things. Who's an expert in starting? You see, so if you pick a niche, you actually outcompete other people who are generalists. So even though you can still take jobs in those areas, general areas where you're able to do work, but so you want to plant a flag, and then you will say probably, well, I don't have the expertise. I really find that 3D modeling of gravity, how to do gravity well with 3D modeling is my thing, how to body moves in gravity and stuff like this. But I'm not that good at it yet. I would say plant the flag first. Say I'm a graphic designer focused on gravity with the specialty in gravity design. And then because you said that out loud, you will have to start learning and fast, because otherwise you look like an idiot. So it's actually, and then you can start selling yourself, because you will not get a customer right away anyway. This might take 1 year, like it might take some time to build up that reputation. Then we go to the second thing. So that's the planting a flag. Very important to pick a niche. The more niche you can, the better. But at least pick something and just stick with that to start with, okay? Second thing, by the way, as I'm talking, please comment. I can't see the comments. Viktoriia can. So, but as the comments are like, keep. If you think I'm saying something that's dumb, or if I'm contradicting something, or just put it in the chat and we can take it up, because that will help you to understand and see that what I'm talking about is real.
Yeah.
Second thing is about talent and skill. That is, like, you can't do this without the skill. You can plant the flag first, but then the skill has to come. The only reason that me and this other lady I mentioned, there are many more like us, but I'm just using as an example, we get these jobs is because we are very good at what we do. And that's another thing that I'd like to ask you. If I ask you just in the chat, I'd like to get some answers here. From your perspective, even if you do a general niche now, you don't have to, like, it's 3D modeling, which is a niche in itself. But let's say just whatever you decide is the angle that you want to work on, please write in the chat what are the most important skill sets to have to be good at that job. Like, just write them out like a lines. That these are the most important things I have to be able to do well. It's like, for example, for me as a business guy, dressing up for the job is a part of what I have to be able to do.
Yeah.
But that's for somebody working in radio, you don't know what they look like, it doesn't matter.
For 3D modeling, here we're talking about it's more like graphic design, but with 3D art instead of scientific modeling. So the stuff about finding a niche and specialization is very interesting. So for artists, being able to do appealing art is the most important thing. So any other answers?
I disagree to that statement. I don't think that's the most important.
Okay. Topology, mechanical design, quality visuals.
Quality
Okay.
visuals, yeah, is similar to the appealing visuals. I think that's important. That's good.
Yeah,
I'm not
that
too
sounds like a
just too negative. It's good. Appealing visuals, absolutely important. Technically, it works. You got to follow the instruction, like so it works in the environment that you're putting it. Absolutely important. Anything else?
anatomy, sculpting, and then general knowledge of pipelines and 3D printing.
All right, very good. Probably yeah, in that niche, absolutely. Anything else?
Um, not yet.
All right. Well, yeah,
But
keep
those are
writing.
the main things.
Let's talk about another area. You're thinking about the hands skills that you're putting into the work, which is absolutely true. That's absolutely necessary. But there are other things that are necessary as well. That doesn't have to do with your hands on paper or hands on the mouse or how you want to say it. That's outside of that. What could that be? I feel like a teacher
Could you
now asking these.
rephrase, please,
Is
your
somebody
question
raised their
again?
hand in the class? Yeah. So let's say you are the absolutely best at doing this. You wrote the requirements here to do a technically good job.
Yeah.
But that's not enough. There are other things that has to happen for me to hire you. It's not enough that you're the best at what you do. It's not enough that
Okay,
you're
guys,
technically the
thinking
best.
hard. How you represent yourself so that you get hired? I guess the one that applies to all of us would be marketing, got to sell ourselves, and social skills, PR, self-selling.
Yeah, that's that. Is that what they're writing, or is that you, Victoria?
Is that the guys that are writing now?
No, we're getting somewhere. Absolutely. I want to know. Not only do you have to be the best, I need to trust that you are the best. They're not the same thing. That means most likely, if you are the best, whoever is, for example, more known or has better references will get hired instead of you, even though you are the best. So
There is
so
another
I
answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, in addition to hard skills, perhaps teamwork skills, previous projects to demonstrate ability to complete stuff.
Absolutely, that's super important. Oh, that's why I said I don't believe that the important thing is to make appealing stuff. It's usually more important to deliver on time. That's I mean, okay, you can't look like shit, of course, but sorry, delivering on time is the most key aspect, especially as a consultant. If you don't deliver on time, even if the project is delayed in other areas, you're on time. So they'll say, "Oh, Victoria, she's always on time. Like she always delivers on time." And the referencer will say, "Work with Victoria. She understands the task. She works well with others in the team, and she always delivers on time. She always delivers on time." That is such a powerful thing, and having that as a reference. So yeah, I want you to, when you think about your career, you should absolutely put, if you have 16 hours a day, of course, put 4 or 5 hours on training to become better at what you do. Like if you think of sports, professional sports people spend 2 or 4 hours like training every day, not like hard training, but if it's like soccer, they have to practice where are we standing, when are we shooting, how are we moving. It's not about like just building muscles, but it's strategy and preparing, but they're learning. They're not executing their learning. So you spend hours learning, you do that, you do drawings, you do cool projects. That's one thing. The other side is to create those references that you need, so you can prove.
Yeah, so you always improve your own quality and skill set. So you're never
Always.
standing, no matter what, because otherwise you will stop being interested for your potential clients.
The only
if you
reason,
never progress.
this is a competition. This is a competition. If you hire, like, let's say they have an alternative, we can hire somebody just to work as a normal worker, or we can take a consultant. The consultants charge 5 times as much. Why would they take the consultant? He's 5 times more expensive.
Because it's a good one.
He delivers on time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he is so good at what he does because he constantly improves. And he works now. Because I'm a consultant, so I work in 5 different projects at the same time, or iteratively in different projects. So I get better from each project I go through. But if you have an employee, they're stuck with you. Yeah, they get good at being in your environment, but they don't get so much outside influences. They don't get to be in different teams. They don't see different things. Like, let's say you are some game designer consultant of some sort. If you are in like, I was doing 3D modeling like this, like a 2.5 3D modeling, and now I went into maybe a commercial project where we're modeling a house, and then I was in the third one. Okay, this is not going into the niche as much, but I'm trying. If you have a wealth of skills, that means that the next time you go in, you can solve a problem from different angles because you're just so more. Yeah.
I think I have a good example now from our previous speaker, the company that develops serious games. So the games that would help in rehabilitation. So they're not so entertaining. And then they develop other ones that are entertaining, actual video games. So guys, then if you're good at one and then you're good at another one, you combine your skills and you improve yourself in both, even if you work in both areas. If
And now
we
we come
want
to yeah, absolutely.
it's
Now we're coming down to another point that I want to mention. It's about this is all about a very important concept called signaling. So I don't there's reality and then there's the perceived reality, and for us humans, perceived reality is reality. So that means if I perceive you to be good, you are good, and for me, and that's the signal you're sending. And if the signals, I need to see signals. For example, you're educated from a good university, great signal. If you're educated from an average university, it's not a strong signal. It's a weak signal. But it that doesn't define who you are. But if you come to me and say, hey, I just studied at Lappeenranta University and this is my degree, I'm like, okay, this doesn't mean anything to me. You will have to show your thesis project or your ending project, maybe, for example. So this is my finishing project that I did. All right, so you're a game designer, you're 3D modeler, and you did one project in your life that was good. Then okay, I'm not interested again. I need, like, the thing is, there's a difference between saying I work as a 3D designer and I am a 3D designer. There's a difference. Either I work as it means this is something I do to make money, or that I love making 3D models. I do it every day, with pay or without pay. I'm in this game project here. I'm in this other project here. Maybe because you're old, let's say you're close to graduating, or you're coaching younger first to second year students on how to be better graphics. You're also taking courses. I had a guy, his name is Remy. I really like him. He's a growth hacker. So he every year goes a growth hacking course that takes maybe 1-2 weeks. It's an online course that he takes. And he has had it from like 3 or 4 different providers, and those I know, for example, Growth Tribe and others, they are in my field that I know about, they are legitimate providers. So not only that, he keeps on improving every year. He goes through these things. He lives growth marketing, with the job or without a job, with the project, without a project. That's what I want to see as a consultant. If you don't want to do freelancing, you have to show this. I am living how to do the best possible beautiful functional things. I'm working with teams all the time, because most of the time is teamwork, and the teams are telling you ask for references. Check. You might think, oh man, this guy knows so much. Like I've asked for references for years. When I've had a project, after a project, I'll say, hey, thank you for working with me. Could you give me a reference? And on LinkedIn is good because I use LinkedIn a lot. All right, you could do it on paper, but on LinkedIn, if Viktoriia gives me a recommendation, it's, she's bound. I can't cheat this. It was her profile that gave it to me. So, and then I use that when I apply for stuff, depending on the situation. I'll have a page, even if I give my CV. Here's my CV, and the ending page, I just put the references. I put 2 or 3 references that are relevant to the job, and here's the link to the actual. You can check on LinkedIn. Here's the actual link, but I've written them out here on this page to see that I have good references. So you start collecting these references, and if you have a website, you guys are working with web stuff, you probably have a website where you're showcasing this. You showcase every project. How about
another message that I guess it's a lot about, that people should know who you are and what you did, and that's very, very important. I'm 3D artist, and unfortunately I wrote my thesis about terminology of 3D field, and that had nothing to do with creating 3D art, and the person wants to work as 3D artist. So having relevant experience, having a project that will show your expertise, having people who you can refer to, who can tell everyone else that you are great and amazing at your job is crucial then.
I would say for this woman or man who has this situation, you have now a great opportunity because games is such a, everybody wants to make games. I mean, even I make a game. I sold 930 copies of the game, by the way. It's coming to this Christmas to the S Chain. Well, there's a couple of places anyway. So, but I mean, but I can't do graphics for shit. Like I'm a business guy. I almost can't draw. I have struggles spelling my own name. So I need people. Like everybody wants to make a game. So that gives you a lot of opportunity to work with making graphics for somebody that's not just for yourself. So you can use that. That's one way to start getting this expertise. I'll give you another one. It's called Hemgjord. You can find her on I don't know what's her name. Suvi is her name, and she has a company called Hemgjord. Hemgjord is a certain type of knitting. It's called macrame. It's a certain type of knitting. This is her character. Let me explain the thing here. See why you would buy from her. She's been knitting this. She had an epiphany like 5 years ago when somebody did it, and she's like, "Oh my God, this is the best knitting ever." She's been knitting for 5 years, giving it to friends, doing it herself, and then she's like, "Wait, I should do." And then she even had somebody had a bachelorette party for ladies, and they had this. They sat and knitted this special type of knitting for like 1 or 2 hours together as a part of that bachelorette event. And she's like, "This is so good! Like I'd love it." And then the other friend asked, "Can you come and do it with us?" So she's been knitting forever, for years and years, trying to be good at it. Then she also they somehow got into this bachelorette party. They say we really love it, and then I was like, why not? She then started a website selling the yarn to knit with. She makes instruction videos how to knit. She sells her own knitting, both like earrings and things for the home and other things where you can use this macrame knitting. See, she lives knitting. So of course, and that's a very niche, like I said, it's very niche now. It's just macrame knitting. Of course, I'll buy from her if I'm in that industry. If I want to do macrame, of course. And if I have an event and I want to have somebody come over to do something, of course I pick her, because she's the best. Like she doesn't charge you 10,000 either. So like the best one can be very expensive. But even so, only the best ones. You think there's some who's the best designer in the world and what do they charge? They charge that because they can. Like if this macrame lady could charge 10,000 per event, that's great. And I'm trying to say that could be you. If you are that talented, if you live what you do, you might be able to charge 10,000 for a certain type of work that you do, because you're so good at it. You're just so good at it. So that's something. Then we can maybe move on to pricing a little bit. Or do you have any? Well, I've been ranting here for a while. Can you have some comments on this? Any comment? One of that lady's comment was really good. I can go deeper into it, by the way, if you want. I think I maybe jumped it. I went through it a little bit fast.
We just got the links for that.
Hemgjord. It means like made at home. Made at home in Swedish.
Related company. Yeah.
She's a Finnish lady though, and she asked me how to spell it.
Yeah, I guess that is. Guys, any more questions on what we just discussed with Rasmus? What do you think?
I even have questions. Yeah, sorry, comments. Comments are great. It has not been a question. Like what is going on in your head? Because I want to have the right pace, and understanding a little bit what you're thinking about helps me to adjust what I'm talking about.
Yep. Let us know if you got everything and understood. Just a quick yes or no, or any sign of you keeping up the same pace would be good.
What you're reflecting? What do you reflect now? What is coming up in your head when you're hearing this? What ideas are you getting?
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear.
Everything is crystal clear.
We can talk about pricing, and also I want to get, but we can talk about connections again, because you were saying something that's probably true, but I don't want to take your word for it. You said these are the requirements to be the best or be good in my chosen field.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know if that is true? How do you know if that's your own opinion, what you think? How do you know if that actually is what needed?
From the experience.
But what if they don't have that experience? They only worked like maybe a year or two or something. How would they know that is actually, well, if they worked a couple of years, yes. But if you're kind of fresh off the market, you don't have that much experience as a freelancer in this industry, how would you know what the required things are? It's a rhetorical question. Viktoriia, you can answer it as well. What do you think? What would be how would you know that these are the skills that make me a successful something?
Because when I use them with other in my work and I see that then I get the result from my work, I know that it means that this works. So I need to use my skills.
Yeah, but
Like,
that's true. That's true. But we're in a small scale. How do you know that that is the best thing that you're doing?
Wow, that's a little hard one.
But I can help you. I don't want to put you on the spot. But it's like when let's say you work as a physiotherapist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're working with clients, you get feedback on the clients, how happy they are with the success of the treatment. But you're only working now in a very, very small environment. If you want to be the best physiotherapist, if you want to be forever employable, the most known physiotherapist when it comes to treating shoulders problems from playing tennis with the left hand, if you want to have that as an angle, how would you this local you just working in a project is not enough?
Yeah. So you go big. Let's hear what other our listeners
I have a point on that, but go ahead.
There's something. There is not really a proper way of knowing. Only you know what you need to know. You do what you know the best way you can. And another comment is as far as practical skills go, if you don't have them, your work looks like garbage. So it doesn't sell. And all the successful sculptors and character artists have all of those skills.
There we go. We're getting somewhere there. The other most successful artists are having these skills.
Those skills.
Yeah, that's very important. But the thing is, there are two sides of this. One are the skills that you can see, but there are more skills underneath that you don't see. So what you can do is actually to reach out. I've done this in the past. I've recommended others to do it. If this would be a live workshop, I would have you bring up your phone and send a message on LinkedIn to somebody who is above you in the career and ask, can I have a 15-minute coffee with you? I would love to learn more about what made you the success you are today.
Some other person thinks that reading about what you are required at the moment on job market and hear from others who work in the same field, that is good to learn and know.
That's good. One thing is I want to try and say, you should look upwards. What are the best ones doing? Copying at your age, when you're young, you should be copying what works. Trying to figure out, how to do something in a new creative way. It might happen to you, but until that happens, copy. What is the best in your field doing? They're doing graphic, great, probably, but they're doing something else. Are they writing a blog? Are they able to cooperate with really cool brands? Or what are they doing that they continuously get known and get hired for these type of jobs? It's not only the skills. The skill set is one thing, and that's another thing. If you see that they're really good at doing something, you can be like, okay, how do I do that? Because they've learned it. It's about experience, but the thing is if you practice well and you know what your target is, especially when it comes to visuals, because you can see what they're doing. You can pick it up much faster. One example is this. You might have heard this before, but they were doing the marathon running, and the record was like 3.5 hours, and somebody said it's impossible to do a marathon under 3 hours. It's huge. They were like in the 1900s. They were saying with the monocle and a mustache in. It's just humanly impossible to run under 3 hours. And then somebody did it in like 1940 or something. The next year, like 10 people did it. And the year after that, every respectable athlete was able to run the marathon under 3 hours. Because the second they saw, okay, it is possible. How the fuck do they do it? I gotta figure it out. And then they figured it out. So when you can see visually what somebody's doing, you can copy it, you can learn, and you can learn much faster than they learned it in the beginning, because you can see what they're doing.
Is this how you also gain your skills and like also value of your work, so that you know that you're getting better and better? And at what point you know that you are already good enough to accept different job offers, or say no because you have already a lot of those?
Well, if you have too much jobs, you can say, sorry, I don't take it. Or what I usually do is I say yes, and I find somebody else to work for me. I can do an example. Yeah, I had an example. I was working with a company called Block Garden in Tampere, and I've been scouting this team. I think they have a really cool business idea. It is that you can have a little garden with plants of like basil and tomatoes and things like this. But they make them in a growth house, this glass house first, so they're kind of ready. And then you get them to your home, and it will come in a week to me. And then I can grow them during the summer outside on my yard. So I can, and then I have an app that tells me when to water them and stuff. Super easy, and I get my own a little bit of my own stuff. Perfect. I think I love that idea. I think it's great. Block Garden, and I've been scouting them for a while. And then they said like, I want to help you guys get this thing going because they didn't have the sales that I think with their idea should have more sales. So I said, let me help you with the sales. And I got in, and after 2 meetings, I realized that all they need is social media marketing, both organic and paid. And I realized that's not my skill. I didn't know how to do that well. So I was like, after a second, I was like, oh shit. So then I started contacting all the marketing people I have, and I got 2 really good marketers in. I paid them a percentage. I paid them actually, I paid the majority of the money, but I still kept money. I had 2 meetings, and I got paid, okay, I can even give you the numbers. I got paid 200 for those 2 meetings, and then I paid the rest of the 800. So this was a small project, but I paid the rest of the 800 to the marketing team. And that way I pocketed 200, so the client was happy, I was happy, and the marketers were happy. This is business. It's a plus game. So as long as you're noticing, okay, this is a little bit outside of my scope. Do you know somebody who can do it better? I mean, for me, by the way, right now, please connect with me on LinkedIn. And by the way, show me your portfolio if you have anything that what you're doing done before, preferably references if you have, you know what I'm talking about, and show it to me. Who knows when the next time is I need a graphic designer who can do 3D graphics. Or any stuff. I'm actually doing for example, we're doing the game that I'm talking about. We sold in Finland 900 copies. We're selling it now in the US through Kickstarter, and we will need to make videos and stuff on that. And I have a video intern, but he's more of the visual stuff. He doesn't do graphics. So if you're interested in doing moving graphics for a Kickstarter video, or just anyway, connect with me on LinkedIn. And if you want to do that, then send the portfolio as well. Say I'm interested in that project. Yes.
Guys, it was just a job offer, so use your opportunity as long as it's here. And one person actually comments on that is one issue with art freelancing is that various people offer insultingly low amounts of money for art, and there are people who accept those offers. So it's hard to know what the value of your work is. So you have to learn to refuse offers that aren't worth your time. Yeah. So I think the problem sometimes is also like the other, like your colleagues kind of, or other competitors set so low bar for the pricing that it's hard to get a higher price for your work.
Yes, that's absolutely true. If you are not specialized, you're competing with Indians and Pakistanis. You'll never win. Like, you can't live off that. You have to think, why are you way better in communication, way better in teamwork? For example, you should look at all, because I didn't know how many designers we had here. Look at, it's called The Future, it's The Futur, and look at the clip called How to Price a Logo. That's a very, very good start. How to price a logo. Check that one out. It's you know, you don't have time to look at it now because we're talking here, but check it out. But you have to be specialized. If you're not specialized, there's no like what I pay for delivery on time, but I also pay for speed. I worked with Indians in the past, and there's a problem that they don't understand. I'm trying to tell them, and this is, you know, it's 1 billion people. They're all the same, right? But I'm trying to say that there's a communication issue. We're usually working with Indian teams because they will say yes to everything. Yes. They say yes to everything, and then they come back. It's like, you haven't done what I needed. You didn't know. You didn't have the skill set needed, and nobody helped you, and it's not what I need. And suddenly I lost a week. If somebody doesn't want to pay, you can't make them pay. That's not the right customer for you. You want people like me who say, I'm launching a business in 3 weeks. I need a website up in 3 weeks. Can you help me do the graphics in 3 weeks? And you say, yes, but it's going to cost you like in 3 weeks. Okay, and how much graphic is it? We talk about it. They say, yeah, it's going to be 5,000. I was like, that's great. Handshake, boom, we're done. 5,000, nothing from me. because I got it done I need it done in 3 weeks. And if you have to have references showing that you did it in 3 weeks last time, or like you were fast, efficient, good at communicating, and your results are good, I will pay, no problem. I pay for certainty. When I get somebody cheap, I'm like, I don't know how this is going to go. I've done this with artists, especially you artists, many people take cheap offers. So I'll say like, I'll have a wall in my house. I want to make a mosaic maybe. I'll ask some students, so do you want to make a big Super Mario thing in mosaic for me in my bathroom? And I'll say, I'll pay for the mosaic and I'll give you a great reference. And they might take that deal. They might take the deal. But if they do, I know this might never be done. It might look like shit. It might take really long. It can be that we don't agree. It can be that they need to work at night when we're trying to have the family sleeping. I'm ready for a host of problems that can happen with the student. So when you're charging, you're saying, this is not going to be any problem with me because I'm a professional. I'll come, I'll make the work done. It doesn't matter if I'm sick or healthy, if I'm tired, if I'm depressed, it doesn't matter. I'll get the work done. That's what I do. And I'll do it well. I'll do it with consistency, and I'll be able to communicate with you so that it gets to be what you want it to be. So that's what you're paying for. If you're competing with low prices, then there's uncertainty there. And the thing is like this, all designers, you all buy nice clothing. All designers do. You're going to have like some cool glasses. You're going to have an iPad, iPhone, like Macintosh computer. Like everything is expensive, not everything that you buy. But you usually, designers go for quality and for emotional meaning. It can't just be anything. It needs to mean something or have like a deeper like usefulness there. You can be just like that yourself. The price is signaling, we'll go back to signaling, a decent price or a high price signals quality. I will think automatically, oh, these people, they charge, for a project, they range from 3,000 up to 10,000, depending on the project, and we will discuss what that is. Then I'm like, shit, this is a pro, this is a professional. And I'll call you if I want a professional. If I want an amateur, I'll be like, oh, I'm not going to work with that person. I want an amateur. I want somebody that takes me a lot of time, about working with the student. Think of all the management time that I have to put telling the student, here it is, like, oh, you have this, and they will be like, hey, I put something there, and I think I broke the thing. I'm like, fuck. And I can't solve it. I'm not a plumber. I don't know, like, you solve it. You're the person, but I'm just an artist. I don't like shoot you. Like that's why as you get as a student, your time is not that valuable. But as you become a professional, your time is finite. And and professionals and companies are willing to pay for performance that is on time, that is fast and secure, that there's no crazy things happening. Okay, I've gone into that a little bit too deep. But anyway, think about, whatever you can do to signal that this is what you can do for me. On time, good quality, good teamwork, nice references that's proving it, beautiful pictures that's proving it, some game or something released, whatever you can show. Portfolio, yeah, my work that I do at home. I have a designer named Katrina. She does a weekly letter from A to Z where she draws an animal. And I thought that she like copy pasted an animal somehow, but she's actually drawing it. I was quite impressed because I called her to talk about this. I'm a weird guy. I call people. So I called her and she showed, and she actually like drew it, and she actually did one of these videos where she showed how she drew it. So now I'm like, holy shit, she's a good, like when it comes to drawing 2D I'm like, wow. Like if I ever want to do like some type of book or something using beautiful imagery that is very realistic, I would call her again and give her a job.
But then that's also her area of expertise, and that she's loving what she's doing. So she's doing it also for fun at free time, or if that's her job. So I think
she said to me that like, she's just doing it for fun, but she's like, why not publish it so people can at least see what I'm doing?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And most of our listeners really like your devices, and they think it's very cool and useful advice on how you present yourself and how you find the job.
I can go back to pricing, by the way. Can I talk a little bit about pricing? Don't price yourself per hour. Stop doing that. It's not good. Avoid it. If you can, avoid it. If they force it on you, but like, don't do it. Like, it's like this. I work for 100 euros an hour. Let's say it like that. Then they say, all right, we can budget you for 20 hours. I'm like, oh, that's great. But what if I do it for 18 hours? I say, well, what for we pay for 18 hours? So you're punishing me for doing it faster. So you don't want me to do it faster. If I could do it faster, you don't want me to do it faster. Well, first we want to do, okay, well, you see, you would rather say, this project is 2,000 euros for me to do. They say, how long does it take? It has to be done in 2 weeks, so I'll do it in 2 weeks. Well, how many hours do you put on it? That's not relevant. I'll be done by that time. For the 2,000 euros, I'll be done on that time. I have time to make it. Like that's what you're paying me for the result. You're not paying me for the hours. Okay, now talk life strategy here. There are a couple of levels of how to be rich. First level is having a job. That is exchanging your time for money, and you get some security as well that you kind of keep the job for the next time. But you get paid 10 euros an hour, 15 euros an hour. I hear like people who are managers be like, I get 30 euros per hour. I'm like, that's congratulations, good to you. You get 30 euros per hour after working 15 years in an industry. Congratulations. Well, I'm not saying that. If anybody who has a job and you're a manager and you make money, you should be happy about that. It's good to have money, all right? But that's level 1. Level 2 is consulting, where you don't work per hours. You say, I work on projects. And you work day or night, morning, wherever you want, how much time it takes to get the result. But it also means sometimes you're faster. You get a bonus for being faster. Like I have a project now with VTT. I first started with hourly pay or like daily pay. I said I don't want to have hours, but I can do days. It's the same as hours, but it's like as long as I get the days in, I get paid. And they were very understanding with that. But now in the last project I did, I said like, it's like, what are the results you want me to reach? And I'll give you a price for that. So I had 3 or 4 results, and I said I charge 5,000 for that, and that was over the course of 1 month. No, it was 15,000 for 3 months. So I charged 15,000, 3 months, and these are the targets that I should reach. And they were like, okay, let's do it, because but they also they trusted me to work with me for a couple of months before, so they knew that I could do that. But because I was like, I don't want to be tied down by these hours. For me, it actually causes me stress. I hate these fucking hours. Because I never work the hours. I work faster. I will always work faster. Nobody would, if you see how I work, you wouldn't call me a lazy person, but in my own view of myself, I'm quite lazy. I don't want to do work that's unnecessary. I want to do work that's fun and exciting and getting things done. And sometimes you get it worse. Sometimes it's boring, you get it done. But if you get 15,000, I'll get it done. I'll get it done for 15K.
Yeah.
So, but it's the end result that is the point. Nobody really cares about your hours. It doesn't. They might care for whatever blah 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 reason, but they want results. That's why they pay you. If they have any other reason to work with you, don't work with them. Say, I want you to work this amount of hours. Like, no, I don't do hours. I do value-based pricing. I do what do you want from this, and I'll deliver that for a certain amount of money.
Then is it so that the goal of the
levels, sorry. Yeah, please stay. Okay, I'll go back to levels to ask questions.
It was the question about the levels. So is it then the goal of this freelancer career is to just get from one payment level to another one that would bring you more benefit from your work?
Problem with, like, this is just general life advice. You're still trading. If you don't do a project, if you are, let's say you get hit by a car and you can't use your arms anymore and you have to draw with your toes or with your mouth, you're not going to be as efficient as you were, and you're not going to make money anymore. That's an issue. And if you feel like I want to take 2 months of vacation on Bali, you can't. Well, because if you do, there's no work coming and you're not getting paid. Even lawyers and others, lawyers charge like 200 euros, 250 euros per hour. Even lawyers have to work every day. Otherwise, they don't make money because it's direct. They have to work towards a client. So yes, the second level, if we put the second level in 2 levels, where one, consultant charge per hour, better level is consultant charge for project results. That's the better one. But still, you have to do work all the time. So the third level after that is to have some type of product. And if the gaming industry, it would mean that you are, you're Paradox Interactive and you have Europa Universalis or Crusader Kings or something, and they sell the game developers or the owners of that company can go to work on Monday, give some instructions, but they could hypothetically take a 4-month leave, and Europa Universalis 4 will still be selling, and Crusader Kings will still be selling. Because they can copy the game unlimited amount of times. When you're an individual and you're trying to do something, you can't copy yourself. So you need to work, like you can also do soap factory. Just have like a machine that makes soap. You pay somebody else 10 euros an hour to sit and pull that thingy. You're making money even though you're sleeping. Like the replication is super important to go from, like that's the third level, replication. I would say it's mechanical replication, it's digital replication. So I'm in your part of your career, and I can be honest with you, I am half kind of working on a project which is a product now, but I am mostly consulting right now. But I'm looking very strongly at what are the options for me to go into a product of some sort, that I'm going away from just me giving my work effort. But okay, that's outside of the scope of this conversation a little bit. But let me go back to the pricing quickly. I mentioned the word value-based pricing. Please check up on that as well after this. It will help you. But value-based pricing is based on this. You can it can be difficult with design, but let's say it's okay, with games it's even harder. So I'm not saying it's easy, but it is possible to do, because you're providing value to them. You're not giving your hours, you're providing value. The question is, how much is it worth? Because okay, I work with a mining industry now in one project, and we're able to make the mine 10% more efficient. And if a mine is making on average 60 million euros of turnover per year, it means that our invention can give them 6 million extra per year. Where should I price myself? 1 million? 100,000? Yeah, and the thing we're using to build this costs 10,000. So the machine is 10,000 cost. We make them 6 million a year. What should I charge?
More than that? Because
Yeah,
you do all the job.
I could even charge 10 million.
Yeah, anything you want.
No, well, not really. I can't charge 60 million.
No.
But I could charge 10 million even, or maybe 6. Like, because they invest, they say, okay, we invest this year and we get the benefit. If it pays off in 1 or 2 or 3 years, that's their investment strategy. So they will buy. If they buy a new truck, the truck doesn't pay back right away. The truck has to do loads for 1 year, 2 years until it starts to pay off, because the truck costs something to buy. And the same is with this camera technology we're working with. So
Yeah.
if you can figure out what the value is of your work to them, that's where you should price yourself. Well, in the case of the mining industry, they can use the same design over and over again, the same thing, so they can invest it and then they get value over time. So you can also think about your design. Like, okay, so I make the design for this. The game makes this much money. You can approximate. The game will make 1 million euros. Then you can say, okay, so how much of that million is the value of the design? Now, this is difficult. Gaming is difficult to figure that out clearly, but that is where you should price yourself. You can try to figure out, okay, so my design to make this game a beautiful, wonderful piece of art that will be loved by players for the design. So the design will be so powerful that even if you don't like the gameplay, they'll love the game anyway, because the design is so good. Don't say that to the designers; they will not like that. But you know, to the game designers. But you know what I'm trying to say here. So, and then you show, well, that costs 15,000, 20,000. And by the way, that's not much money. If you have a normal job, like you get paid 3,000 euros a month, you cost the company 5,000 euros a month. So if I say I'll do this for 20,000, and they calculate in their head, wait, if we employ somebody who had to work 4, 5, 6 months to get these results, we would have to pay 30,000 for 6 months. So you get 20,000 for doing this. There you go.
They're gonna hire, yeah.
Yeah, and so how much time does it take? Well, it takes me 4 months, because the 4 months is the project time we have. Well, how many hours are you putting in? Well, I'll work every day, because most days, because we got to get this forward, and I'll have it delivered on 4 months. We will check it up every week. We'll have a weekly meeting to see where it's going, and we'll have it done by 4 months. Like how many hours I work and when I work is not relevant. It's relevant that I deliver on time, and I do that. We get amazing results, as you can see from my previous work, that I do really good work.
Yeah. And
Right.
about
Yeah.
this pricing and income, we get good comments on that. And the latest one was for 3D art and game art, that would be selling 3D models or game assets in online shops, like passive income, like we talked about pricing, but that we're coming back for the income, and there are probably other ways as well. And many people from the 3D art who are now listening to us, they mention like courses, tools, and everything, the main passive income for the artists. So they basically sell little parts of their own work, and that's probably can be one of the things that people
I
can
think that
join.
could be a good thing to do, like as almost like a hobby. That you say that, you know, every week or something, I create some element that I sell in the store. But that is whenever you get some money in. Like, is any of you making thousands of that per month? Like, I don't know how much money you're making, but if you're making 2, 3, 4, 5,000 on that every month, I mean, wow, congratulations. But otherwise, it's not a strategy for a real income. But it is a good strategy too, because you showcase. Because even you can showcase downloads. You can say like, I got 500 downloads on this flower I made. That's good. That's good news. But it means that 500 people, that's not you and your mother, liked the design, and they liked it so much they paid for it. That is good signaling. Back to signaling. You're showing other people. Yeah, it's called social proof. It is proving that other people except yourself believe in what you're doing. I think that's a very good thing. You should absolutely do that. It's the lady Katrina talked about, she's making her drawings, but there's no way for her to really make money out of those drawings, even though she does them for fun. With you upload those elements and you can sell them. I think that's a really good thing. And you can just do it for fun. Like, I'm just doing really cool elements, and sometimes they get downloaded, and you can see them all here. Here's my library of these things. So you think of what I can do for you if you just let me work for you.
Yeah, we have another person that is not set up any passive income yet, but have some slightly more targeted products in mind that he or she is working on now. So do you have like little advice on how to start and put those products like into use and get good results out of that?
I would say you got to start from where you are. Like, I didn't start like this, an amazing speaker. Now that I am today. It didn't start like this. I worked my way up. I've done tens of free projects. I think I might have even 50 projects behind me. I'm 33, so I've had some time. But I might have, and out of those 50, I think that 47 of them are unpaid, or something like this. Like the better projects I got paid for traveling to and from the location, stuff like this. So I mean, when I'm talking project, there are things I've done to gotten paid, but like just project in general, most of them have been unpaid for me until I got to this level where I am now, where I found my niche and I know what I'm doing. So but when you have a project that doesn't give you money, but in games, for example, it can make money. You could say, I'm willing to do the work for free. Well, free now, in return for royalties on the game.
Oh.
Yeah. So you're putting risk. I'm saying I'm working for free. When nobody's getting paid, we're like an amateur team. There's not much money going around. I'm happy to work for a lower fee or for no fee at all, because I need the experience. But if this goes well, that you sell a single freaking copy, I get a part of that money coming in. That's the deal.
And about the work for them that you do for the projects and everything, we have another question before we wrap up our interactive seminar. Some clients don't like this kind of mentality of it's done in the allotted time that you've given me without getting some information about how much work you put in it, and even sometimes drop you because of it. How would you turn the situation around?
It's difficult. I would ask a lot of questions. Why is this so important to you about the hours? Like, what is because I want to give you a result. I'm a result-driven person. I want to give you results. What is it with the result? What is it that's worrying you? Because it might be something they get worried about. I am worried that you'll take money and then work and you don't get shit done. Okay, well, they don't say it like that, but let's say that something like that. It was okay. What could be a way that we can structure this that you feel confident that the work is done on time? I say, well, maybe you want to have a daily follow-up. There's another one called Working Out Loud, when I show every day that I do design, I just show you what I've been working on, so you see that the development is going forward. Like, I just send an email with the visuals and stuff, what's going on. That could be some way to do it. Because there's some underlying thing. The thing is, in negotiations, there's a no-go zone. You can have it like, there is no way in hell I'm working for hours. It just doesn't happen. That's not on the table. But everything else is on the table. We can talk about, how we communicate, how things are looking, how often we check things up. There's many more things we can do. But this is not about hours, because if it's about hours, just get somebody like a normal employee. But you want my skill set, my expertise, and how good I am at doing this. you have to say it nicer than I'm doing. I'm a little bit aggressive. Okay, you find a way to talk here. But if you want what I have to offer, this we do it project based. We do it on the results. We don't do it on hours. That's not how I work. I'd love to work with you, but we got to find a way that we can collaborate. But I don't do it per hour.
Yeah, I hope it's very good answer for the questions that we got.
Please check the future. The future is like a blue circle called Futur. Check it out. They're fucking amazing. Start with how to price a logo. It's a very good intro to that. I've spent, I don't know, 20, 30 hours working on that. And that actually has gained me like thousands and thousands of euros. When I went through that, I maybe watched, round numbers, 10 hours of that. And that made me, I don't know, let's say so far 10,000 euros. And I started doing that 3 months ago. Some of the things I've been teaching here are straightly from there. Please check it out. Of course, other things is from my past, but there's so much to learn from that, especially as a designer, because he's specifically talking how to make money as a designer in an efficient, smart way. And he is a designer himself, and he's gone through this journey himself, the guy who's teaching. He's very, very, very nice. He's kind of interactive as well. He does them similar to the way I do these, but with a live audience. And you let me know in LinkedIn. Send me a message, say, I looked at the future. Thank you. It was what I needed. If you or think I looked at the future, it was shit. Rasmus, you suck. You can send that as well. Then I know. but give me some. I'd love to hear some feedback on that, because that one is a very good resource for you all to use. Yeah. And as a question, Victoria, before we wrap up, I would love to hear, just now this is almost over, right? So can you write some comments? Was this useful? Do you feel now? No, even yes, is it useful? But give me a comment. What will you change in your life? Is there anything at all that you will change in your life from what you've heard me talk about today? Just one line, anything at all, because this is my way to understand that if I'm teaching something that's valuable to you. Just read all of them as they're coming, even if they.
So I pretty much have to get real good in one thing, but which is still broad enough to be complete product that is needed, and then I can price myself proper. So apparently someone learned how to price themselves and learn how to launch a product. I learned many things that I would not have learned probably to know 10 years ago. Great stuff, thank you. Give insight that how should approach freelancing if go that route. And but getting to the point is very work in progress for like people definitely got some insights from that. Another person writes, I have some new ideas to consider. At least I'll know how useful it is if it works. Lol.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And I've been very hard now. When you negotiate, when you talk with people, you have to use a more soft tone that is appropriate to the conversation. So that of course you have to find your voice there. Don't sound exactly like this in negotiation. You'll sound too rough. Even
guys,
me.
Remember to be polite and talk nicely. That's being nice. That always works.
Yeah, we could have done some role play. We didn't do role play now. That would have been fun. You can be a pretend client, and I could have been this consultant. We could have negotiated the price. That would have been fun. But we're running out of time, so have to be another time.
True. Maybe some other time, definitely. Yes, guys, please let us know on all of your thoughts about it. Remember to watch the Futur that Rasmus recommended.
The future.
The future.
Yeah, but it's spelled without an E, so it's the Futur.
Futur.
Yeah, but they say the future, but they're Americans, they don't know how to pronounce things. Yeah.
Yes, sounds great. And let us know on what you think about it.
And add me on LinkedIn.
Thank you so much, Rasmus.
Yeah.
I think
Rasmus Basilia, and find me on LinkedIn. Add me there, please.
Yes. Yes, and you can find LinkedIn profiles on our webpage, so make sure you check it out and share your portfolios with Rasmus, because he's waiting for someone who can help him with the design, and one of you might be that lucky person. And yes, thank you so much. I think it was so insightful, so great, and it was nice to hear you again.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank
you so much, Rasmus. And we are now going for a short break for 15 minutes and come back with another speaker, Arja Martikainen. So stay tuned and come back with us a little later. Yes. Hello, everyone, back again. We had a little difficult technical problems, but now everything's solved, and we are happy to introduce to you our new speaker, Arja Martikainen. She's an expert from Barona. Nice to see you here, Arja, with us. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting, and we really had a little bit of trouble with our presentation mode here. So it looks like that our the system is not compatible to my presentations. But long story short, let's get going. And I think I will try to share my view here, and let's try to look at my first presentation. So here it comes. I can also share. Yes. Okay, so I heard that I can start my presentation here.
Yeah, while we're waiting for the presentation, please tell us about your work and what exactly you're doing.
Now, usually I tell this at the end of my presentation, but basically, what I've been doing, there is a short presentation about myself at the end. But what I've been doing, I've been a recruiter and 8 Games HR since 2004. So I've been in like in the gaming industry practically illegally too long time, and I used to work as a HR manager of Digital Chocolate, which was the biggest gaming company of that time, and working with the very many of the current CEOs and people that are responsible of many things happening in the gaming industry, and. Since 2013, I've been working for Barona IT, and there I'm running a service called Games Jobs Finland. I've been also working as a recruiter or like project manager in another program called GamePro, and GamePro is a gaming trainee program run by Saranen Consulting. So I switched roles every now and then, and even now I'm looking for people to my customers. So games related, mainly to games related roles, but also to any kind of technology. So that's kind of like a long story short. And then also on top, I'm an investor. So I'm investing in games since many years. And kind of like one of those, if you call a gray people in the background, practically. So, but still somewhat hands-on with the games recruitment.
Then it's very useful to have you here. I'm sure many of our listeners will be interested in having a connection with you later after the event.
Yeah, let's say so that I have a bad habit of like collecting people to my network. So it's just like find me in LinkedIn and get on board. So who knows, someday I will give you a call.
Yeah, that's great. So how do we get a job in game industry then?
Yeah, I heard that you folks there are hungry for some tips and tricks how to get on board. And I tried to find some information, or I've been like basically talking about this for a long time, but then I also, is this happening, I took also one sample CV, which might help you to figure out what you should have there. But first I'll run through my slideshow presentation. So okay, so can I change it from here? How does this work?
Yep, you just scroll down.
Like that. I just scroll down. Okay, right. So this is a bit funny. What?
Just downwards.
Downwards, okay. I just do not.
Mm-hmm.
Mä en löydä sitä tummempaa osaa. Ootas. Tässä. Tää ei nyt kyllä toimi yhtään. Hetkinen, mä otan noin pois. I can't get this. Okay, now. All right, is this now coming now?
Yes, we are all
All
seeing
right.
you well.
Okay, good. Yes, now I'm on the right one. So, big picture about gaming industry in Finland. Thank you for help, folks. Usually, what you see in the gaming, there is like this entertainment games, which is of course the biggest area. So, like a couple of billion euros or dollars in Finland. Then equally big is gambling games. So all this iGaming part, and meaning in Finland, for example, Veikkaus is one of those, and then Puff. Then the third one, which is like growing really strongly, is the serious games and gamified apps, which might be actually very interesting option in the future. And then the fourth one is esports, which is coming up quite strongly. I do not have that much experience in that, but I think that it is kind of like combining all these entertainment games, or like console gaming, and at the end, when people are playing and competing, so then somebody maybe even put a bet of the result, which leads to the gambling games. Then, so I've been talking about several times about the where to look for a job. So basics of the most effective job search. Let's have a look. So when you start preparing yourself and when you start looking for a job, so what I would say that you should get to the gaming networks, be active there. And it's important to follow all the industry information and newsletters. So there is a lot of sources available. Here are a couple of things that have been mentioned. And then also follow the advertising platforms. In Finland, there is like GameStops Finland. Then there is Kamasutra, GameStops Direct, LinkedIn, of course, that's loaded of games related jobs. Then there is in Finland this Games Career Day, which was held a couple of weeks back, and I think it collected quite a lot of people at the same time, and you were like candidates were able to at least to try to get to talk to some recruiters. And then also like it's good to know some games agents like I am. And then there is like a couple of things what you need to do when you need to build some sort of strategy on how do you approach the gaming companies. So here, this is maybe a little bit to more mature gamers that have already some experience. But if you want to play safe, at Neo Games in GameStops Finland, and sorry. So and in
Wait for a moment, it disconnected us.
oh,
Just a second. Krister, are we back?
I have too heavy stuff. All right. All right.
Unfortunately, it happens. Krister, are we back?
Näkyykö se nyt? All right. Looks like that there was so heavy stuff that this Discord fell. So,
Too much of very important information. It wasn't ready.
Yeah, it wasn't ready to suck all this in. But I was just talking about like how, like when you are thinking of your strategies, where to work and where to look for jobs. So if you want a steady salary, you go and check all these industry giants and see some company listings, like what kind of companies are they looking for very, very often and which are the big ones. So for example, Neo Games has a good list of these in Finland. Then if you are looking for something unique, some new startups or indies even. So what I would say that it would be good to browse sometimes the portfolios of some games VCs. So in Finland there are two. There are Sisu Game Ventures and then Play Ventures. So you can probably spot some very interesting new upcoming startups there. Then also, like, it's good to if it's not necessarily the gaming company to which you want, but you could look around a bit. All these gamified e-learning options in music and languages, there are very good startups like in Finland. Gamified utility apps like sports apps, all kinds of simulators and related in VR, AR, XR, MR. No, VR boom was like, it's a little bit passé at the moment, but I think it will come back again in some other form. And then also, then there are like this high-tech companies like streaming services, tools. So for example, Umbra 3D was just like recently sold to Amazon Robotics. So if you would have been working for Umbra, so then you would be now working for Amazon. And of course, like Unity and NVIDIA and esports is of course coming up. And then what about you? How do you become a catch as a candidate? Here are a couple of hot jobs in games. So for example, tech-savvy growth marketers, tech-oriented game artists, and cloud experts. These are very much wanted. And it's good to show your passion, show your exceptional talent, learn by doing, study and keep on studying, and collect a portfolio. Portfolio, it's so important. So that's if you are a total like rookie that do not have that much experience, but you have, for example, the education. So then it is important that you keep on filling your portfolio and do some work samples there. And of course, do a nice CV and play games. And it's like getting to games is like learning to play an instrument. You either want to do it all day or you do not want to do it at all. So it's a meritocracy, not a bureaucracy. And you need to be kind to your peers and share your knowledge. And here is my short bio. She asked me to talk all this like already in the beginning, but here you see, and you can find me at LinkedIn, Arja Martikainen, and this is pretty much my presentation until now. If I change to this Word,
Yeah.
do you see this? Okay, and I took one sample CV. I'm usually training. Okay, let's. Okay, I'll take this one off. Do you see this now?
Yes.
All right, good. I start to learn this. Hello. So, so when you are like thinking of representing to you, there are of course many ways to put your information out there to the companies. But here is one sample. This is of like basically it is like based on a real person's CV, but I've modified it a little bit because I've been teaching also some games people like what to look at when they are, for example, recruiting, so future team leaders. But of course, here you need to have like all the information that you may have, then portfolio link if there is something to show. Then work history. This is a guy who aims to become a really good product manager. And here he has put down all the information of himself until now. So this is ending to 2018, but of course, like we can think that he has been working. He is working even right now at Fast Tracker Games, and now he's looking for another job. Then before there is like everything like nice and neat put here, and he has started as a trainee. And then also in the previous years he has done some real job, so he has been working for big banking in this case. So in gaming industry, this is just to memorize also like what I should say, that it is also appreciated that you have some real working, like some out of games working experience. I almost said like real working experience, but basically that's it. It's good to have different types of experiences and work stints in your background. Then also what is good to have put down all kinds of game jam participations, and if you have been volunteering, for example, to this type of events like this Pori. And of course, education is put there. And if you have been outside of Finland or outside of your own country, so then do that too. And then when you are like talking about like sending your motivation letter, you could also put down the best skills that you may have at that point. All kinds of like this person has been, for example, knows Python, which is like very, very important in certain analytics and product management type of jobs. And then also your languages and the level of it. And then when you talk about yourself in the motivation letter, put the objectives. Why? What is so interesting in this company and in this job role that you want to get on board? And then the last point, when you address the company, so what they are interested in hearing, they are always they want to talk to you about their products, their working conditions, and what is it in there for the candidates, and what is it that they are expecting in return of your time and qualifications. So read the job description thoroughly, and when and of course, like as a candidate, you are usually interested in meaningful work, community, and job location, but try to remember to to like read the job description and reply to that. And if it's not on your scope, then you just like you could forget that completely and try another, because it's like the worst mistake you basically do is that you are basically trying to apply to a company which is not on your scope.
Okay. We have a question from the audience here. Can the CV be visual if it's an online
Yes.
program or something that person represents it with him or herself?
Yes, it can be visual. So I'm just like worried now that I stopped screening this showing, but anyway.
It's just little things.
Okay,
No
very good. So
And
it can be visual. So some of them are really like, but it has to be such that it doesn't like, don't make it overwhelmingly full of stuff. So because recruiters usually spend like from 10 to 30 seconds browsing it through, and if your eyes are like bouncing from here and there, it may be annoying.
That's good. That's good. Is there a big difference between hiring a professional for a game development company and, for example, for any other company like finances or accounting company? What's the difference in recruitment process in these two cases?
So like difference in recruitment cases when it comes to a regular company and to gaming company.
And game, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now in gaming company, very often what I see or what I've seen done, there is some sort of testing or some sort of simulation involved. It of course happens to, like, for example, if you are applying to any tech role, there is. So usually some tests are being asked to do.
And is there any like also tricky questions or what examples are of the tasks that could be asked from the person who is looking for a job?
No, usually like if you go any further, so based on my experience, so for example, there are like, let's take an artist. Usually against every artist position there are 70 people, from 50 to 70 people, at least in the capital area. There is really a lot of like people applying to those positions, and usually in that case only thing that counts is the portfolio. They are looking only the right type of portfolio, and then if you get to the first interview, you may have even done by then a test or some sort of test task, and then it comes like, it varies a little bit in the from company to another, but there may be usually it's like 1 or 2 rounds, couple of rounds when you are like kind of like basic level developer or artist, for example, and then you will get hired. But I've heard also like really long hiring processes, even 15, 16 interviews, so that everybody's basically accepting you in the organization. The more high-end organization, the more interviews you need to go to. And there are of course tricky questions, but people, it may be like that you are so tired at the end of the day. I can't tell you like exactly all the tricky questions because that would take a whole day.
Yeah.
But basically, good news is that if you get to the interview, so then how you can prepare yourself. You first browse through the products, what they are doing, what is the style, for example. Like when you go to apply to a regular job, you basically need to know about like what does the company do and why is this interesting to me. When you go to the gaming company, it's also that, is this the genre that is also exciting me? So that like if you have
something important to remember.
No, of course. If your own portfolio is loaded with candy-colored casual gaming pictures, like that you've been producing all that, so of course you do not go to apply to any company which is doing very dark-colored first-person shooters.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
What can the person do wrong on the interview? And are there any stories of yours you can tell us what not to do on the interview? What can go wrong? And
yeah, first of all, if you are running late, it's like be there in time. If you do not know exactly where to go or like something like that, give a call. Make sure you have somebody's phone number there or something. So be there in time. That's kind of like a simple. And then basically in gaming, it's quite gentle because you just go as yourself. And then the other one is that listen what the other party is asking and then reply. So reply to what is asked, and very often I usually I'm a bit more maybe soft with the junior developers because they sometimes tend to bubble quite a lot. So they are so nervous that they are all over. Sometimes, but then usually if the candidate is interesting, we give another chance, especially to young ones. Yeah,
that's very good to hear.
Yeah, and then you need to be a little bit like careful with with the joking and all that. And then also like what the young ones do not realize nowadays. I just like recently saw a candidate process cancelled because of like social media, and this person had already like distributed information about the company and potential the offer to the social media. Never do that.
Oh, was too early to celebrate.
No,
ouch.
No, well.
Yeah, that's definitely that none of us should do, and especially now in the era of social media, like everything happens like in the internet, online, or like half of our life is there, even if not more. So we have to control that aspect also and be careful with it.
Yeah, think what you are posting there, because it stays.
Yeah, that's true, and can't erase.
Yeah, and it wasn't the employer, but somebody like an outsider sends an information to this employer's email saying that, hey, have you seen this? Like, are you aware of this?
Okay.
Not a good story.
That probably was the competitor for the position, but anyways,
maybe, but it wasn't good, and it was a little bit sad story.
Yeah, so. I hope we all will learn on that. Maybe sad story, a little negative part of all the recruitment process when you have to like say no, and when people do it by themselves and make mistakes that can't be explained in any ways. So thank you so much for your very valuable advices, and I think we're all gonna go and update our CVs and look for a job after this event and look for this process from a different perspective.
Yeah, and maybe there has been like this this cuts in the streaming while I was talking. So if you can polish the this information a little bit and put it to a bit more concentrated mode.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
It's fine.
Yes, thank you so much for finding the time for us, and we will continue our CV clinic and dig deeper into the job search process. But thank you so much. I hope our listeners can connect with you on LinkedIn and maybe send their CVs to you if there are any openings.
Yeah, so like at least like get to my LinkedIn network, and because I'm lurking there, I'm looking for new talents all the time.
Okay, thank you so much. That was so great to hear.
Okay, I need to leave now, so take care. Have a nice weekend.
Yes, you too. Now, after such a nice introduction into the job search, we will come back in only 1 minute with 3 other experts that will tell us more on the CV and give responses on the CVs that you might be willing to send us. So please share those. Don't hesitate to send us directly or in general chat or anywhere else, and we will read them out if you're willing to do so. And remember to send your questions. See ya in a bit. We are all ready. Sorry, guys. Apparently, we were speaking for 5 minutes now without the sounds. So hopefully everyone can hear us now. And yeah, apparently our technical stuff is a little tired already, but hopefully you can hear us. Please let us know in the chat if everything is all right. Sound on. And people from Twitch? Okay, great. Thank you, guys. Well, maybe we can start a little again. Briefly, we are having a nice experts from IGDA, International Gaming Development Association. I pronounced it correctly. Yes. Here we have Kati Fager, Mikko Lasanen, Karolina Aho, and they will present their CVs and portfolios that you can use as example, hopefully, and learn from their example to find a job. And so here the guys are. Hopefully now everything will work much better.
Thank you. Okay, great. So we don't use much of the time in presenting ourselves, so I'll just go quickly. So we are all from the IGDA Pori hub. So we have this local little community here for all the game developers and hobbyists. And my name is Kati Fager, and I work as the hub lead here. And as a profession, I work as a community manager in this company community, Crazy Town, and also in city of Pori for a project coordinator. So, and I think Mikko can say. Mikko is our programmer, so you just be very quickly about who you are, and then Carolina, and then we go on to the CVs.
Straight to business, yes.
Yeah, okay, so my name is Mikko Lasonen. I'm a game developer, but at the moment I'm working at my family farm with my parents, which doesn't be anything connected to game development. But I have 2 game development related degrees, and I will show my CV and portfolio later. So maybe Carolina can represent herself.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Carolina, and I am a student in University of Turku, and I'm majoring in digital cultures at the moment, and I'm most interested in gaming cultures, and I also do like communications things and graphical design and 2D art. And I will present my CV in a bit. Mikko goes first though, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's start. I will share the screen.
Yes, eli
Yep. Okay.
Elikkä meillä on kaksi erityyppistä. We have like 2 different types of CVs that we are presenting, because Mikko is more of a programmer and Carolina is more like a graphics designer. So you get some different examples. And also, if you have any questions, please ask in the chat. So Viktoriia will give it to us. So we would be very delighted to have.
Okay.
Okay, we are having some problems in uploading the file here, but just a minute, so you can check it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
Here is my CV.
Could you please make it a little bigger on your screen so that our listeners can see it all?
So it's 1.5 pages. So like this.
Yes.
That. So this is the CV I have used when I'm looking for jobs in game industry. And first here I have my contact information. Then there's the date. Then there's my beautiful face. And after that, here's some personal data. Usually when I'm applying for jobs, in the job application, I tell more about myself. And then in the CV, I just put a short recap here. So there's only my age and where I'm from and what I'm doing at the moment. Then I have my education. I have put everything since my high school after I graduated from there. And then there's my engineering studies. Then what was my thesis when I graduated from University of Applied Sciences. Then there's the graduation date, and after that there's my other school, Sataidu Vocational School, where I graduated as a media assistant in 2013. Then there's my portfolio. I have a website where I have gathered all the game projects I have made since I started at the vocational school in 2010. There's maybe I think there's 13 game projects in there. We can look that later. I'll go first through the CV. Then there's the volunteer work I have been doing. So this IGDA stuff that we are now presenting here, I have been with the IGDA from the start when we started here in Pori, so from 2017. Then there are the Finnish Game Jam, these jams that are always in January. I was the main organizer here in Satakunta, in Nakkila, Sataidu, in Villila in 2014 and 15. And then there are some of the honors and awards I have gotten. These are both from the Finnish Game Jam when I wasn't an organizer, but I was participating in the game jams. If you don't know about what the game jams are, so this Finnish Game Jam is a 48-hour, it's a weekend in January when we make game in 48 hours. So I have gotten, these are like in Finland, all the games that year, and I have gotten 2 awards in Finland for my games.
Yeah, and that's really a good way for a start. Like if you are starting in game development and you would like to have be in the industry, and so the game jams are really awesome way to kind of get a understanding what is it to make a game, and how do you do the group work and everything. So it's really like a light step to take to try out what is actually game development. So
yeah, and it's additional practice and also something that shows that you're always improving yourself through the competitions like that. I think it's for anyone who is developing the games, that would be a go-to to practice.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and it's the entire development pipeline in one weekend if you go to Global Game Jam. So you will learn a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also a good networking place because you get to know new people and maybe make games with people you don't know before that. And it's I highly recommend if you are interested in making games to go to
the game Yeah, the game jams are like networking by doing games, and IGDA is kind of like networking by talking about games. So if you want to have like a difference between different these associations and so.
Yeah. So then I have the related work experience. So these are only the work experience I have that are connected to game design. I have also worked in other jobs. Like now I'm a farmer, so I didn't put it here. So there's only the ones that are connected to game development. So these are from the first ones are the newest ones, and the down ones are the ones I had before. So the last one here, I was the teacher in Sataedu Vocational School, and tomorrow there will be more info also on Sataedu. Then this was the last the project when I was a project manager in the goals game. This was the last job we did at our school. Then there was the internships at our school. I was working in Pori at Flow Factory, and we were making games there. I was there 2 times in two different times.
Yeah.
And before that, these are earlier ones that are before I went to the vocational school. So these are normal programming jobs. These don't have anything to do with game design. I worked in Tampere, and then I was in Eura. And then the Pristech one here, this is from my studies at Satakunta University of Applied Sciences.
I have one question. Actually, recently I met this thing when you present your CV and you get, for example, first call from the employer. They quite often ask, "What do you want in future?" or something like that, and they surprised that you don't mention it in a CV. So, how do you tell that into game development industry? For example, when you get the question like, what you want to do in the future, how you're gonna want to grow in your specialization, or if, for example, if you're an artist or if you're a programmer in any other way. So how would you reply on that?
I usually, when I apply for jobs, in the application, there's the application for the job, and then there's this CV which is connected, and there are different ways and forms that you can use these. And I usually put that I'm enthusiastic. I like to play games. I know about game development, and those things are usually in the application. So in the CV, I have the different skills, my work experience, my education, and shortly in the start, I have info about myself. But most of the things I want to say more are first in the application, and then the CV has all the technical info about me.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's the portfolio also, which kind of describes like in like a practical level, like what have you done, and kind of shows which way your programming skills are going.
Yeah, because it's the easiest way to show that you are interested in game development and that you have some merit and you have done something that is like related to the game industry.
Yeah, and it's always good to be honest and tell that what are your like goals, what are you wanting to learn in the job. You don't have to know everything, like when you go to the job, you will learn there. and you can tell that in an interview or if you get to contact the recruiter, and maybe you can write that as well.
Yeah, and of course, because we are Finnish, we we don't like to like
Brag.
we are too modest, I think, and it's really difficult for myself. I have made games for maybe 20 years now, and still I feel like an imposter. And that's the imposter syndrome. If you have heard about it, that you think that I'm not good and I don't know anything, and it's really difficult for me to like compliment myself and not be too modest about the things I've done.
But it sounds realistic if you speak with a recruiter and you tell that you have things that you want to learn in the job. You don't know everything, and I mean, you
Yeah,
don't have to be too modest if you have lots of experience. But anyways,
yeah.
yeah.
But it's a mind thing. It's just
Mm.
that's my mindset.
Yeah, sometimes it's a
Yeah.
good idea to get a friend to write your application.
Then they can compliment you as much as they like to.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Actually,
I think we have a time, so let's go on so that Carolina can also have time.
Carolina's, yeah.
But maybe a quick peek for Mikko's portfolio first.
If we have time, or
Maybe we
Yeah.
go to Carolina first.
Maybe we go to Carolina and then later after that we can.
Yeah, and we can actually share the link via chat or something. So.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So on for Carolina.
okay, so okay.
Yeah.
So can you see my screen?
We'll be able to see it very soon.
Okay.
Oh, your CV looks so good. Like, I definitely have to update mine. Or maybe
Yeah.
I need to ask my graphic designer friend who can make my CV.
I very much recommend using Canva because it's free software and they have templates for CVs, and it's a good one to use if you don't know how to start, for example,
Oh,
yourself.
yes,
So go
that's
look
so
at them.
nice.
Yeah, so
Thanks for the tip.
so I'm here like from a student point of view. I don't have lots of work experience. I've been just a trainee in different places and done part-time jobs. So maybe I'll just share like tips mostly because I don't also have like lots of experience in the game development, or like I do have a portfolio, but I need to update it very bad. And
Yeah.
I do 2D art as a hobby, and sometimes I get to do that in various jobs I've been in, but yeah.
How do you explain absence of a big amount of experience when you're looking for a job from a like game designer point of view?
Um, well, of course, if you are young and you have just graduated, that's kind of like natural. But a good thing that we just mentioned is the game jams and then your personal projects. So it shows a lot of motivation if you do these kinds of things in your free time and you have something to show. But also
Okay.
you don't have to know everything when you are just like graduating from school. So
Yeah. Also, sorry, just another question popped up here for us and for you guys. Uh, did you ever had like rejection from the employer to get the job because you didn't play video games, for example? Or you always played all and it was never a question in hiring process?
mm, I don't know. Do you, Mikko, have an answer to this? Because for me, games have been a thing that I can use to like so that I'm noticed when I'm searching for a job that's not in the game industry. But it's usually
Okay.
appreciated that I have some information and I have good networks and I know
And that
English.
that you actually play games yourself.
Well, I'm usually when I make an application and if I'm searching for game-related jobs, I put there that I have been playing games since I was 5 years old, so 35 years now. But it has never, so for at least for me, it hasn't been an issue if I don't know because I have always put it in the application. So if I
Okay.
wouldn't have said that, I don't know if it would have like mattered in the.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we will get some answers from our listeners if they have some of those stories. But
Yeah.
thank you, and Carolina, we are listening to you again. Yay.
Yeah. So, and as a person who is interested in the visual aspect, usually in like whatever work I'm doing, it's good that my CV is like a visual one because then I can already show that I know something about this. But it's not like necessary for everybody if you are searching for a like a programming job. Maybe the recruiter doesn't really care how your CV looks like. But if I'm going to like apply as a like an art director or something, they probably want to see like how I visualize things.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I can see a point in that.
Yeah. And you may be able to stand out from the crowd if there are like 100 applicants and your CV looks nice, they might remember it better. So it's worth a try.
Yeah, yeah, and we were also talking about this that putting up a picture in your application or CV because it really helps the recruiter to remember you, and especially if you get to the invitation to an interview and then they come back and check out your CV and stuff, so they remember like this was the one that said that this and that and all. So yeah, it I think the photograph is very good to have.
Yes. And of course, like CV is always about your skills. You have to be able to get your skills across to the person who is reading it. So like don't diminish your skills, don't forget to mention what you know and be confident. And of course, like details like language skills and technical skills are good ones to include. And yeah, the voluntary work, part-time things are sometimes good and right. And if you don't know what to like, if you don't have a job right now and you have lots of free time, I think voluntary work is a really good one because you can always include it as an experience and skills.
Do you think now during the pandemic time it was easier or harder to find a job in game development industry? And how often do you, like yourself, make a job search and update your CV?
I think that one of the things that the pandemic has made easier is that you don't necessarily have to live in the area that you are looking for works because they are using remote working and stuff like this. So I'm living here in Nakkila. I could easily apply for a job in Tampere or Helsinki and maybe go there for once in 2 weeks or something and mostly do my work at home. So that's one of the things I think is easier in the pandemic.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I landed a traineeship for this year in Helsinki, but I live in Turku right now, so I can still do it remotely. So
Yeah. I guess that's one of the benefits of this game development industry and job search because most of the things are done via computer, and that's the only thing you need, even if you're at home in your pajama pants, sipping your coffee and doing your job.
absolutely.
Yeah, There's I think there's different cultures in different companies that some of them like to have their team in the same room and do very like physical kind of group work, and other game companies can they have had like people from India and Australia and so on for years and years already. So I think it also depends a lot on the company, like how do they think the work and the working culture and so.
Yeah, that's
I also
definitely.
think that the pandemic has made people play games a lot, so I don't think it has too much negative effect on the like industry because games are still made. So I think there are good opportunities to get a job.
Yeah, actually, World Health Organization confirmed that games, like video games, became the crucial thing during the pandemics because it keeps people connected and social. Even though 5 years ago, even a year ago, no one thought about it as it would be such a big area. And so many adults and parents would restrict their kids from playing games, but it's actually a way to connect with their friends, to connect with another community and stay like socially active. And that's, I think, the great thing. And our chairman of Pori, Violeta, she wrote a very nice thesis on that. I think it's for some of our participants it will be interesting to read what are the newest insights on the video games.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the
Do we have any? Sorry.
We have about 5 minutes left, so how about wrapping this up? And if you have any visuals that you would like to show to our listeners, that would be great.
I think Mikko should actually share his portfolio because he has many game projects and I don't have that many,
Okay.
so that's a better one. So if I stop sharing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then.
And meanwhile, we're hustling with the techniques. Is there any questions from the listeners?
Yeah. Just a moment. We will check it out.
Thanks.
Yeah. People were mostly asking about how to join IGDA and if you would leave your contacts in our introductions channel if you still haven't done it.
Yeah, definitely do.
Yeah, that would be very useful because I think many of them are interested in joining.
Oh, did we lose Victoria?
Oh.
Okay. Well, if we are still.
I'm here. You hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wrong button pressed.
Oh.
Ouch.
Whoopsie.
Not good. Yep.
But there will be more information on IGDA tomorrow, of course,
Yeah.
and we have a Discord server and some social media links and everything we can put here on the Discord too. So we would be delighted to have more people.
Yes, absolutely. And so we are all from IGDA Pori, but the organization works like nationally and internationally. So so there's actually 13 hubs around Finland. So if you're from elsewhere, you should definitely check out your nearest hub and join that one. So
Yeah.
IGDA.fi is the easiest link that you can check.
Okay. And before we started to look into Mika's portfolio, there were two questions that came just now. one of those is, could you replace actual separate CV with LinkedIn profile these days? Do you think it's better than the actual separate CV?
Well, it depends. I think many times the employers they kind of somehow mention it if they want like LinkedIn link or something.
Mhm.
And of course, if you have a good and updated LinkedIn, then you can also include the link in the CV. But I think many are kind of old-fashioned that way, that they want to have it as a paper or
Yeah.
as a document, so it's easier for them to check, so that they can have like all the applications in the same form, so it's easier that way.
Yeah.
I think
And another, yeah. And another question is about what's your opinion on career changing? For example, being old and having less experience, and having so-called holes of time in CV. For example, if you haven't worked in the game development industry, or you worked but then you had a different career and then you wanted to get like into it. So is it okay to have this unexplainable gaps of time in your CV?
Yeah, I think especially if the gaps are like something else, like some other job or some you're caring your children at home or something. I think it's good to mention, because I think every job experience that you have is always like beneficial, and I think the employers very much like to know about that. So it's good to be honest about like what you have done, and I don't think it's a big like big problem if you have done like other jobs as well. I think it's actually a benefit many times.
And I was
Yeah, and
also thinking that the games industry is very much like based on skill. So if you are good at what you do, but you have some kind of a hole in your CV, it doesn't really matter if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah.
Yeah, and that goes to education as well. I think we have nowadays a good game education, but some of the companies don't very much appreciate it, because they have like learned themselves. So
Yeah.
they don't know about the school so much. So it's more important like what you can show that you can do.
that's why portfolio is important.
Continuing on that question, how do you control the damage of those factors that you haven't had a job? I think for that you can find just a proper reasoning, and it's not always maybe you don't want to tell about that to your future employer, so you can explain it on your own way. Maybe you was working on yourself, maybe you was finding what you would like more, maybe you was updating your skills so that you want to get better in your job. So that can be explanation of the holes in your CV, for example, if you haven't worked for a while, and that might be perfectly fine. As well as not having a LinkedIn is not that big of a problem, maybe, but still nowadays, LinkedIn became one of the biggest place for recruiters to see for future employees. So you guys better have one if some of our listeners is still not so sure about it, because it's a really huge network, and even if you don't look for a job, you still can find like any partners for any projects or anything else. You get recommendations, you receive recommendations, you give some, and it's just a way of keeping work life in order, and keep working network that might be beneficial for you in the future. You never know. So
During the pandemic, it has been a really important one, because we don't really have like networking events or anything. So LinkedIn is a good platform for that.
yes, So anyone who is listening now, if you haven't done a LinkedIn, you must have one. And after this CV clinic, you know how to write a nice CV even on LinkedIn, because LinkedIn has all the same features that a normal CV has. So it's so easy to fill it in, and so much more you can do with that.
Yeah, and you should
Yep.
definitely have the also the kind of a presentation that this is la da da, this is who I am, and not
Yeah.
only the studies and
Yeah.
jobs that you have had. So
The
yeah,
more you express yourself, the better it is.
Yeah, and I also think it's a situation-based thing, because the person who is reading your application, some of them like them simple, some of them like you to have the LinkedIn, and so you're not a mind reader, so you don't know. So sometimes it's just like a game of chance. If you
It's
get
maybe
But
better
better to
have
have
it
them
than
all.
yeah, better have it than not have it.
yeah,
Then I
better
guess.
have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Miko, please show us what is the good portfolio for the game developers, how we should make it. Is it like your own website, or what
Yeah,
is
this
this
is
exactly?
the website. I can put it later in the introduction page in Discord, so people can check it out and maybe play the games if they want to. So this is everything, every game project I have had since 2010. So there's like my personal projects. This was one where I bought a new controller for my phone and decided to make a game for it. Then there's the Game Jam games, which have been done. I have participated 8 times, I think, in the Game Jam. And then there's some. I have the VR headset, and we started a game project with my friends. So here's that. Then there's more Game Jam games and Game Jam games and
Fun
Game Jam
games.
games. Yes. Then there's the one game I have published in Android store.
that's
Uh,
really
the, the
and a
only,
hard
only,
one.
yeah, the only thing I have published in Android. So that's there. And here is the Game Jam game that I made the Android game from. Then there's the first Game Jam I was in. I made it, turned the game into the VR headset. Then there's school projects. This was the last game we made at school. Then there's my final project at school.
Well, basically, it's never too much to have all of your projects mentioned and all of the games that you have ever done. So that's like a must. And the more you show from your projects and the pictures and screenshots and anything that you can add there, the better it is.
Yeah, I think that if there's like substance in your project, that it's not like you made it in 2 hours and you put it in, that's not maybe good. But if there's like, I have put everything that I have put much effort in, and all those games are here, which I think that are presentable. I have put them here. So
Yeah, and it shows like how various games you have. So it's not like they are all the same, but they are very, very different in style and
yeah, there are a lot
so
of genres here and a lot of platforms and like VR headsets, and then there's mobile games, and then there's the games for PC, and it maybe shows the versatility that I have in making games.
I think that's good from a, like a programmer standpoint, but sometimes for visual artists, be it 2D or 3D, professionals say that you should have like a portfolio that has like material that's all like in the same level, that you don't have something like very different and then something really good and then something a bit like a sketch, but they would be all like even. That's what I hear.
Yeah, I think that Rasmus already talked about it today, about
Okay.
having a niche at something
Yeah.
you are good at and concentrating on that. And I think it depends maybe on the what kind of jobs you are looking for and what are you doing, what is your like job, and I think that it's something you should really think about.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's also like if you're already a professional and you have done a lot, then you can you have the place that you can choose. But if you're a beginner, then it's more important that you show a little of everything that you have done, so that you get some kind of a picture, like what kind of skills you have. So it also
Yeah.
depends on what kind of a stage you are in your career.
Yeah, and I think it's really, really cool to remember like all of that and showing what you're doing and showing your passion in your video games. And so great that we could see a real life example because, for example, I like barely related to the game development or gaming in whole, was very curious to see how you exactly you show your projects and your portfolios. So I think it's pretty good and interesting, and that shows your experience and that you did hard work. So thank you so much for sharing this, Miko.
Yep, thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
and thank you so much, guys, for joining us today. That's very good that you could find the time and advice to our listeners on how to make a good CV and find a job and show the portfolio. And it makes me feel like we are all not alone in like job search, and sometimes you feel like you are the only one struggling, but there are actually people doing the same way, so same thing. So thank you.
Yeah. And I was kind of stayed on thinking about the gaps in your working history. That was one of the questions. So I was
Yeah.
just thinking that you shouldn't be too nervous about that. That everybody has some gaps, and and so it's not you know, it's not
Yeah.
something that you have to worry so much about. It's more important that you show like what you have done, and not concentrate on the negative side.
Yeah, and I think
That's
it's
true.
based on the situation and the person who is reading your application, and you can always when if you get a job interview, you can explain yourself more if you like, or depends on the situation.
Yeah. If it's something really
Yeah.
personal that you have been like ill or something, you don't always have to explain it if you don't want to, but yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But that was a great, was nice talk, and I think most of us learned quite many new things. Or even if it wasn't new, it's something that you still should keep up on and remember. So that was also good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Bye
thank
bye.
you, guys. Bye. Yeah, that's true. Well, put me back then. Yeah. a little technical difficulties again, but I'm happy to tell you that we have one demo presentation that one of the students would like to show and present it here. So I'm inviting you, Borg, to the stage, giving you the role of the speaker temporarily, and you can show us what you wanted to show. If it's a, if I understood correctly, it's Emurom, the game that you developed. Would you like to join the stage here with me and show to our listeners what you did? We can't hear or see you. Could you please switch on your microphone and camera if possible? Hello?
Hello. Okay, can you hear me?
Hello. Oh, yes, now we can see, not see, but at least hear you.
Okay, let's see. Okay. I think you can
Oh,
see.
hi. Yes, great. It felt for a moment like, you know, like in a blind date when you don't know who will pop up on the other side. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. You can share the screen, or would you tell us a little more about yourself and what you want to show us first?
Oh, yeah, gladly. So, I'm Borb, and I'm a Oulu-based game developer, indie and very solo one, and I'm from Savo, but yeah, currently living in Oulu, and I've been working on a game called Emurom for a few years, and I'm at least aiming for a 2021 release. So.
Oh, can't wait.
And it's a creature scanning a non-violent Metroidvania, and yeah, I could showcase how it looks like, because we've been talking all day about video games, but we haven't seen ones yet. At least I didn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't around for the whole day, but for the parts that I see, so I didn't saw any video games. So I think it's
Actually, no, we haven't had any. Even though we call that it's game development event, it's really weird that we haven't seen any yet. Only screenshots from those. So please share with us.
Yeah, I'll share my screen and let's hope. Let's hope. Okay, just a moment. There, have it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can
It
see.
looks a little old-fashioned, but so nice.
Yeah, it's actually made with a fantasy console called TIC80. So no Unity, no Unreal. It's quite simplistic engine that I'm using, and yeah, it's called Emurom. That's how you're supposed to pronounce it, because it's a Finnish word that I made up. But let's first delete our save so we don't see any spoilers first.
Yep.
Okay. Now it's deleted. I mean, you're deleting a save. It should be like an impactful event, to my opinion.
Wow.
So yeah. The world is now destroyed and we can start anew. We don't have any backstories here yet because it's still a demo, but you are basically entering an unknown world as a biologist, and you are trying to figure out what's going on there. So let's start. How long do I have?
As far as I know, there are no other presenters for today, so you can take the floor as much as you want until like 6 o'clock, maybe.
Okay, let's see. I'll try to be concise. So
Yes, please.
so I'll showcase the basic mechanics of the game and how it starts. So
Yeah, and
here we
before you
are.
started, yeah, I'm just making a quick note that guys, if you have something to share, if you have any demo that you want to share but you didn't tell us about it before, you still have time. Don't worry, please message us on Discord or Twitch or anywhere you can reach us, and you can also pop up here and show whatever you have. So even if you didn't inform us before, you still have time, and please don't hesitate to share your success with us. So, Borb, we are listening to you now.
Okay, so let's start the game. It's lagging a bit because I'm sharing my screen and it's my laptop, but let's hope that it's running good enough. So we start from here, from the first room, the first cave, and we can jump. It's a platformer, side-scrolling platformer, and let's see what happens when we jump down.
Okay.
Okay, so
there is some sleeping creature.
Yeah, and it wakes up when you jump on it, but it doesn't die or anything like that. It just
And it
gets a bit
doesn't
scared.
hurt you either.
That's also true. We can go there and it's fine. It's all fine.
Yeah. Maybe it's not that
And
harmful.
yeah, it looks like that this world is quite harmless to you, at least in the first place. And we should learn in the first room that, okay, we can jump on them, and when we jump from higher up, we get higher up as well. So that's how to proceed forward. This is actually a tutorial of sorts, without stating that it's a tutorial. So
okay,
I'm trying to teach things non-verbally at the beginning. So we can
people actually skip tutorials, and if they make the tutorial without knowing that, it's kind of like, yes.
Exactly, and I'm trying to make sure that there are like these certain points that, okay, when a player has reached here, then they have learned this. And I can then assume that, okay, now they have learned this, and I can use that mechanic for some more complex stuff.
Yeah.
And now we enter the second. And now if we had seen the story from the beginning, we would know that that up there is our scanner that we just lost, and we should try to reach it. But we can't jump high enough here, so that's not fine. So we need to push forward, and we see that, okay, there's these certain flowers, and they change color when we go through them, and there's also a certain sound effect. So there's something about that, but we don't know what it is. So let's continue.
Feels like Mario.
Yeah.
I love Mario. This is also
yeah,
interesting.
it's one of the big influences, such as Mega Man and Metroid, and even Pokemon. You'll see why. So let's continue forward. And I think I'm running into some lag issues. Let's see. FPS is 42. Let's see if I can boost my computer just a moment. No, it's already in the best performance mode. So this is all we can do.
Okay.
It's fine. Let's continue. So now we have reached water. It's the first water level of sorts. And this is hard to demonstrate but before you have actually tried it out yourself. But the gravity is reversed underwater. So you are floating back on the surface and you have
That's
to jump.
actually quite not like it would be the same as if you would be swimming in a normal water. So that's actually quite like explainable. But anyone else in the games, they would expect that you have like super abilities and gravity doesn't work for you in anything. So there still have to be some real rules in any game.
Yeah, I'm like because the water levels they tend to be like infamous, let's say. So I'm trying to figure out something to make them more interesting. And I hope this is a bit more interesting than in some other games, but who knows? So here we have another lesson to be learned. So this little fish here, it's teaching us that, okay, here is actually something that we can swim through. So some walls aren't solid. This is solid here, but this isn't. And we can go there. So let's go through, and here we can jump normally again. You can see from the orientation of the player, like, okay, when it's upside down, jump goes down, and when it's back this side around, then we can jump up. And we can continue further. And now we have some more of these little worms. We can still jump on top of them, but that's about it. So let's continue forward. And now we see some flowers.
Ooh, they're bouncing.
Yeah, they are dandelions. And we can see that, okay, we can bounce on top of them. And of course, we can turn that flower blue as well. And okay, here's a dead end. We can't continue here. So, and that's too high up for us. So we have to continue this way around. And where can we go? We can't go there. Okay, so and there's some sign, but we can't know what it's saying yet. So let's continue. And we have those bouncy flowers. So let's try to use them. Okay.
Whoa, that was a big jump.
Yeah. And okay, we are now here, but we can't reach there either. So we need to continue this way around. And
so there is actually no like specific story that you have to follow. So the idea is that you just run around, explore, and getting to know the new world, like underground world.
yeah, I have some certain backstory in my mind that involves an impending end of the world, basic stuff, you know. But that's not the point. Like you can already get much out of it by just researching the environment, and I'm trying to get that across. So here, we are again in some situation we don't know what to do with. So let's jump down and see what happens. Okay.
Okay.
We can go here. Okay, and another room.
And another one. Nice.
Okay.
What exactly was the game created for?
It was originally a jam game for Fantasy Console Jam 3. I think it was in 2018. But then I've started like working on it after the jam, and it has evolved into a different kind of game altogether already. So the jam game is quite different than this, what we are already. And I'm aiming for a Steam release at this point. Like there's already like at least 3 hours of playtime in this current build. So it's starting to be a full-fledged game. And here we have some new friends. It's a bird. So.
Oh, nice! It actually flies you around.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty cool.
So I also wanted moving platforms to be a bit non-standard. They are birds that fly you around, and you have to jump there.
I think birds are actually quite. It's something unusual that you see in the games, but it's quite normal for the real life. I mean, you don't lose this sense of reality completely from this game.
Yeah, I'm trying to be inspired by just Finnish nature for this game, and there's all of the creatures are in some way based to real life creatures, but not everyone. So let's see, do we finally get to the scanner? Because we've been missing that, and it seems like we're almost there now. We are now on the top of this hill. We were previously on the bottom there. We don't want to jump there because that would mean that we have to go all the way through again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's not do that, and let's go right instead. And now we're finally here.
Yes.
Let's see. There's the scanner. Let's touch it. What's happening?
Now we have the scanner.
Okay, and now it explains us. Press X to scan your surroundings. All the emurom signposts and terrain. So the emurom are actually all the creatures. It's some sort of collective noun like Pokemon.
Oh.
So let's see. We can scan things now. There's some mysterious flower that grows in places of importance. Okay, interesting. And we can also check this terrain if there's any holes in the walls as there appear to be. Okay, so we can maybe go there.
Yeah.
And there's also the signpost. So all those 3 things that you can scan, all of them have an example here in the first room where you get the scanner. There's one emurom, there's one signpost, and then there's a hole in the wall. So you can now use this to find some hidden passages.
Oh.
We can go
But
here.
the hidden passage is the one that in the wall that doesn't light up.
Yeah, you can. The actual wall that will light up, but when there's something when there's a hole, then the ray just goes through it, and we can see that. Okay, we can continue further here, and there's more hidden passages.
Well, basically you can just go through the roof or through the wall, I mean, everywhere.
Wherever there's a passage, yeah.
Yeah.
And now there's something in our way. Let's push them. Okay.
Oh, was a snail.
It's a snail.
Yeah, 2 snails.
Yeah. And now, what did we just do? We're back here in the bottom, but the snails provide us a way back up. So now we can go here and go back down and then jump here. And now we're here, and we're basically now should start scanning everything. So what can we do? Oops, we scanned the bird and it started flying towards us. So let's jump with it. And now we're here, and now we're back here. Okay, and now now this world basically opens up for you, and you can start scanning everything. And let's see, what are you? It's a kaakana, and if its way is clear, it can carry others across the land. Okay, so we found some information about it, and we'll also see that what kind of biomes is it located in. I have 5 biomes in this game, And this bird seems to be only in the green biome, or mehtä.
Okay.
And then
Does the use sorry for interrupting. Does the user of the game or the player understand when this kind of not trial but like educational part of the game ends and when the actual game starts?
well,
or is it just goes straight?
yeah, it kind of blends in. Because I think the educational part never really stops, because there's some new mechanics that you need to teach to a player. I think the role of a game designer is very much a role of a teacher. So you need to teach how to play your game. And I think I'm going a bit harder route when I'm trying to teach things non-verbally. But it can lead to some interesting kind of solutions.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
And I think I don't want to spoil everything from here on, because there's a whole lot of things to be found from here.
Yeah.
I can show the next room, but that's enough, because now we have the scanner and we can scan the Kaakana and it can carry us here. And now we continue further.
But don't spoil the surprise. When you will launch your game on Steam, we'll be all waiting for it and we'll be playing it. So we'll keep an eye on your activity for that. That's so cool and interesting. Yes.
And you can play the demo already on my itch.io page. Just go to emurom.com and there you'll find it.
Ooh, I will check it right now. Emurom. Nope. Is it a game for the only for the computer, or can you play it on some other platforms?
It's the demo is playable on Windows, Mac, and Linux, and there's also an HTML version that's basically playable, at least theoretically, on Android phones, but I wouldn't recommend it. So it's best played on like real computers.
All right.
And yeah,
That's
here's
cool.
my itch.io page, borbvare.itch.io, and emurom.com also redirects here, so I think it's easier to remember. And here's my game. You can go play it here. You can also play it right in your browser. You don't have to download anything. It's a bit old build, like I think it's a year old already, but it still gives you a good idea what kind of game it is.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Really cool. Oh, I wish Violeta was here. She would be so much interested and so excited to talk more about that. Yay. Do you follow some kind of thought of teaching the person or the player who will play your game to teach some like life skills, something else than just playing the game? Is there any deeper meaning underneath of it?
Well, I think basic empathy, that's what I'm trying to teach, but because this is a non-violent game, and I think how should I say it? If you treat and try to understand those other creatures, then you can proceed in the game further. So you have to observe your surroundings. I'm trying to set the player on the shoes of a biologist. So it's some kind of science that you are doing there, but yeah, also in a very non-violent manner.
Yeah, that's very good. And yeah, it's also when I was looking how you was presenting the game, it reminded me also about the other game that I've been playing a little. was Stardew Valley. Like so calm and not violent and just exploring the stuff. So that would be so good. Yay. And yeah, do you expect it this year, or you think still next year would need a little more time to finish it?
Well, or as you can see from my page, it's originally saying that it's coming in 2020, and I've already changed it to 2021. I really hope I can finish it this year, but I would need to be able to work on it full time for a few months. So if you happen to have spare money, like thousands of dollars of spare money, you can fund me doing this game if you want to see it in the world sooner than later.
I guess that's the best place to ask for money from all the broke students who are looking for a job. Yeah. But let's hope that some of our sponsors would be interested and would be willing to share with you. And that was so nice and good to see that people actually like doing something. And I never knew how actual game developers look like or how the game and demos look like, because it's kind of like a little too far from me still, and I'm so newbie in the game development and games and esports in whole, but it was such a nice experience for me today. I don't know about other guys who are watching us today. So, guys, please leave a comment if you liked it or not, or on your experience from this event. And but for me, it was very insightful the whole day, and especially the new game that I will.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining and sharing your baby which you're working on now. So good, so good. It was a nice talk and nice presentation, and the whole day was so full of all the information that we could have. So I guess we can happily enjoy our weekends now. And yes, tomorrow is another day of the event, and you will see more demos, more experts, more speakers, more interesting and useful information than today. Yep. Yes. Yes. We are keeping a short break and coming back at 6 o'clock with after party for the event and with more demos and games and stuff. So stay tuned, guys. Borb, thank you so much, and hopefully you will join us on other events in the future.
Okay, see you.
Yes. See ya. Yeah, hi guys again, and just briefly wrapping up today's event, today's part of the Your Future in Pixels event. We are happy that you joined us here, and it was so nice to all of you to join. I remind you that you can check the schedule for the next day on our webpage, pories.fi/UFH21. And we are continuing our demo after party that will be held in our lobby voice channel in Discord server of Pori. So if you have something to share, you want to hang out, you want to just chit chat and talk, and maybe you find something insightful and interesting, if you have anything to tell, please join us there, and we will be there as long as you want to. But for today, we are stopping our streaming and we are coming back live tomorrow, Saturday, 22nd of May at 12 o'clock with new speakers, with new events, with new workshops and new expert feedback. So we will be waiting for you there. The stream will be there on YouTube and Twitch and everywhere else. So see you guys. Have a good evening and enjoy yourself. One little note that we forgot to mention, but we're mentioning it now, that all of the event was, and technical part of it was held by Warén, our mage of technical support and a member of Pori. So applause to him. We can't see him, but he was with us all the day, all the time, and he was great and did a good job. So thank you, Krister, and see you guys.